Thank you, Senator. Chris Farris, Chief Operating Officer. There's a real balance, I think, to be struck between maximising value for the taxpayer in driving clean tech innovation and finding those, often early stage, higher risk projects, risk reward trade-off. Often those earlier stage ones have a potential, major upside. As a general principle, one of the rules we try to follow as a means of maximising value for the taxpayer is to have a 50% kind of co-contribution. The benefit of that is there's skin in the game on the other side of the project, and there's also early indications of investability and commercial sustainability over the long run. The obvious downside is there'll be some project proponents, particularly at the really early stage, who aren't able to bring that kind of money to the table. So I think we're pretty alive to that risk. We are increasingly looking at ways to, for example, in community electrification projects, kind of really lean in with a project proponent, often matchmake them with a partner and kind of try to help out, whether that's a funding partner or a technical partner. So I think we would say that we are, aware of that risk. Not everyone's going to get funding, and there'll always be a number of promising technologies that maybe aren't quite ready for that taxpayer support. So it is a balance. We are aware of that particular criticism, and we are leaning into the extent that we think we can, while still retaining that real key focus on value for the taxpayer as well.
Yeah, I think that leads into another criticism that we're hearing is that ARENA has a tendency to favour big and established players and overlook smaller competitors. Do you think that's I suppose it's probably a fairly similar critique that the one you just provided, but anything you want to add?
I think I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I recall maybe 12 months ago looking at our average grant size, and from memory, and I'll correct this if I find out I'm misleading you, the vast majority of our grants were under 10 million, and a large proportion of that were under 5. What I think we're finding, and certainly with some of the programs that we're delivering for the government, hydrogen as an example, is these are big complex projects, large amounts of money. So we are tending to find that we are playing increasingly at that kind of bigger end of the spectrum, and again there to maximise the value for the taxpayer, we are looking for technically capable proponents who can bring some of their own money to the table. So we're sort of seeing, I think, a little bit of a dumbbelling. So it's still quite a lot of effort to be working at that smaller scale, kind of $5 to $10 million range, where we think there are real unlocks in the early stage clean tech ventures, but also increasingly making sure we can unlock some of those mega technologies that we're going to need for Australia to be thriving in a net zero world.
Do you think that, though, we should be considering risk taking over safety? Given that commercial investors often do have safer options, they can invest in safer options, commercial investors can invest.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think if you sort of think about the scale of investment from kind of start-up to grant to then kind of loan, I mean, the logic of the original kind of institutional design with ARENA and then the CFC was sort of ARENA could play at that grant space. We don't need the money back. The lenders, the investment vehicles, the CFC and others, do need to find that commercial return. And so slightly sub-commercial, I should say, but like they're lending rather than granting. So I think by design, we're already pushing, a little bit earlier and a little bit into that higher risk space. I think, and that's the business model we've kind of refined over the years, is being able to go out and find those projects. As I say, I suspect that the main barriers people will be finding is some of that co-investment barrier, which we're aware of, that kind of 50% co-funding. We have just found over time that is not a bad indicator of future commerciality and bankability if you've already got some money that you can bring to the table yourself. So it's just a balance. I mean, ultimately, we have a board as an accountable authority that can set the risk appetite for our kind of project portfolio. They are, I would say, pretty adventurous and very tech savvy for a board in this space, and so the risk settings that they're pushing us into, I think, are playing in that space that you're talking about. But ultimately, we're not going to fund every project that comes knocking on the door.
And is it an ARENA or government requirement to have 50% co?
It's a rule of thumb in ARENA that we've just found over time has been, as I say, a good indicator of likely commerciality and scalability over the longer term.
So it's more anecdotal. That's not a prescribed amount. That's just, sorry, it's not prescribed?
It is a rule of thumb, I guess, to say, internally that that's something we'll look for. There are exceptions to that rule, but generally speaking, because history has sort of shown that to be quite a good indicator of future commerciality and success, the ability for a small enterprise to already be in the market and raising capital in some form tends to correlate with an enterprise that's going to be able to scale.
So then, is it that, do you think that rule of thumb is squeezing out some of those smaller competitors by implication of the fact that it requires that?
Yes, Senator. I mean, I think if we said come with 10% of the money, that would open up a whole, almost by definition, a whole other set of players. As I say, I think we've, our 13-year history of funding these kind of projects has shown that correlation, and so the co-investment, the 50%, is a rule that we've found to be useful when we're always conscious of that taxpayer value and also looking for those technologies that are likely to find a market and likely to scale and kind of access those emissions reductions that we want over time.
And is that something you review periodically, or something you would consider reviewing, that kind of threshold to allow some of these smaller players who are potentially taking on more risk, but to get a crack?
Yeah, yes is the short answer. Yeah. I think, and we're in. It's probably I probably don't want to advertise it too broadly, but there are some programs where we can kind of see that the project proponents that we're engaging with, and I use the example of community electrification. They're not likely to be able to access early stage capital for that kind of a project. So in those kind of cases, where if we see that there's a community benefit, there's an emissions reduction benefit, there's a technology prove-up benefit, we have leaned in specific cases and yeah.
Thank you. I'll probably come back at the next estimates and ask again
Sure.
about that. So it'd be good to know that it is being reviewed. Moving on, Minister Bowen supported legislation that slashed ARENA's funding by $500 million when he was Shadow Treasurer, and he's done it again this budget. Did your CEO and the board advocate against these cuts?
Senator, we're slightly up on this budget. So in net terms, I think we had a funding increase of $73 million. That's netting out the addition of the Cleaner Fuels program, which the government's officially asked us to implement on their behalf, which is a $1.1 billion program. There were some adjustments in other programs, but overall, ultimately these are decisions for government, but we're pretty comfortable that we can continue to operate with those revised parameters.
So that's a no, there weren't representations made by the CEO or board against that $500 million cut?
Senator, I think one of the things that we are really happy with, I think, at the moment is the engagement that we have with Minister Bowen and his office and the government more broadly, other ministers. I think that has given us visibility and access to program design in particular.
Maybe if you could take that on notice, Mr Farris.
Sure.
Yeah, in response to representations about those cuts.
It's going to be a little difficult to talk into what were cabinet processes that were going on. But I would say, as a general proposition, we've got the government has I think done a good job increasing our visibility of those program design questions and sought our input. Ultimately, again, questions for government where these decisions land.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see if there's anything. I know your CEO is not here today. Whether there might be anything to add about those conversations that's not caught by cabinet in confidence. To the Minister, there have been significant delays in committing funds of these strategic industrial sectors, Hydrogen Head Start and battery breakthrough programs, due to the complexity of the projects. Why didn't the government review ARENA's capacity instead of cutting their funding?
Well, I think that Mr Farris has just indicated to you that excuse me. That,
do you acknowledge that they've had funding cut though?
Well, that overall their position has improved, was what I heard him say.
Readjustments.
Well, it's a mathematical proposition, I suppose. And you know, there are decisions that the board makes and that government makes about the way that funding's allocated. I would point you to the decisions that the government made more broadly over the course of the period since we're elected, in areas like the Net Zero Fund in my own portfolio area of $5 billion that is there for you know, very similar kinds of propositions at a more commercial stage to encourage investment in plant and equipment that both offers a lower emissions profile for industry and makes them more efficient and more competitive.
I know I don't have a lot longer, so I'll move on. But to ARENA, I'm assuming you have had difficulty deploying hydrogen Head Start funds within appropriate timeframes. Can you please talk us through what caused those delays? Was it complexity, proposal readiness, lack of capacity within ARENA?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think it's probably a bit early to call delay. The way that the hydrogen Head Start round 1 and round 2 funding agreements have been structured as production credits. So what that means is it's payment on delivery. So the point at which these projects are delivering green hydrogen, that's when the funding kind of kicks in. We really like that structure because it allows the project proponent bankability. They can take our funding agreement literally to the bank and leverage private capital, which is really important for us. Protects taxpayer value because we're not paying for something that we haven't got yet, and it incentivises those projects through to production. So I know there was a discussion earlier in the day about kind of when we're going to see the green hydrogen being produced from those projects, and I won't go over that evidence. From our point of view, as I say, the fact that we haven't paid out yet is not a sign of delay. It's a sign of carefully constructed funding agreements that protect the taxpayer's position and incentivise the production that we want to see.
And how many green ammonia projects seeking hydrogen Head Start support are now at risk of not proceeding in Australia?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How many green ammonia projects, pardon me, seeking hydrogen Head Start support are now at risk of not proceeding in Australia?
So we have, I think the short answer is 0. We have 2 projects from round 1, which are both ammonia as end users, the Murchison project and the Orica project. They're in very early stages of working towards final investment decisions, followed by construction, followed by production. So again, I think it's very early to call that they're in danger. And in terms of round 2, which we were really pleased with the maturation of the market and the projects that were coming through in the second round, and we announced the shortlist of 7 projects that after the budget. Again, we will still be working with those to shortlist those down to the existing funding envelope for round 2. So, but we've got great engagement from industry. We've chosen 7 projects from a really strong field, and we're sort of 5 times oversubscribed for the funding that we've got. So we're feeling grateful that we've got a competitive field of projects that are across methanol and ammonia production.
And so, sorry if you said this, but of those, how many projects in advanced negotiations for hydrogen Head Start funding in round 1 or 2 have since withdrawn or deferred their applications since the cuts? Is that something?
No.
None?
Okay.
No. And what is the status of direct reduced iron or green steel projects in the hydrogen Head Start pipeline? Have funding cuts changed the viability of those projects in Australia?
No, Senator. We see a really strong use case for hydrogen over time in industrial decarbonisation and maintaining the competitiveness in particular of our iron and steel industry in a decarbonising world. So that hydrogen production and the lessons that we'll learn from the round 1 and round 2 projects will build industry capability and put us on track to have at least one of those technology pathways to green iron increasingly available for Australian industry.
Okay, and I think finally, the government haven't yet set any priority areas for future made in Australia. Do you think that ammonia or any other sectors should be listed?
Senator, I defer slightly to Minister Ayres on this, but in terms of the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, which we are implementing. There are kind of clear priorities in there. Green iron and steel, renewable energy, technology manufacturing, and low carbon liquid fuels are 3 that are already publicly announced. So I think we're feeling pretty comfortable that we've got a good set of priorities there to work towards, and we're getting on with the job of finding projects that meet that program design requirements, and that we can push ahead and get out and funded.
Okay, thank you. And Minister, did you have anything to add on my question?
Mr. Farris covered it very well. I mean, there's a set of priority areas that have been identified and funded. Many of that, much of that effort does rely upon a model that is a production credit or a production tax credit kind of model. It does mean it's sending an investment signal to drag these projects through. Much of the work in my portfolio area, reaches into some of the research and development effort. It is not only a business model and set of competitive challenges that Australia faces in an environment where it's a very rocky road in trade terms for Australian industry, but there are also challenges like making sure we've got the most efficient way of processing our different quality ores, different character ores in Western Australia, and that we're doing similar things in the critical minerals area too. So these are really important efforts for our national economic resilience and for the future shape of a stronger economy.
Thank you. I've got some more that I'll put on notice, but I will leave it there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Hodgins-May. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you for your participation. I just want to turn... can you confirm that in November 2025, ARENA executed a new contract awarding Fortescue $45 million under the Advancing Renewables Program?
I'd like to completely check the details, but that sounds right to me, Senator, yes.
So that is correct, that you awarded Fortescue $45 million under the Advancing Renewables Program in November 2025?
I think you're referring to what we call the Mega Demand Project, and if that's right, then we're on the same page, yes.
Before awarding that $45 million contract to Fortescue, were you aware that Fortescue was refusing to pay $66 million refusing to repay $66 million to the Queensland Government for the failed Gladstone Green Hydrogen Initiative?
Senator, we would have assessed the Fortescue project on its merits and for its ability to help access emissions abatement that we're seeking to help Australia on the pathway to meet its greenhouse gas emissions targets. And that project in particular is already showing great results. It's basically a sandbox for large-scale solar deployment, and we're seeing very rapid reductions in cost from levelized cost of energy being produced by those projects through being able to play in that sandbox and repeat play. And over the period of time since that project's been running, we're very optimistic about its benefits for Australian low-cost solar over the longer term, which is one of our main strategic goals.
Did ARENA consult with government about the decision prior to making the decision to award Fortescue $45 million?
Senator Smith, we, under our Act, we're required to seek approval for any funding, any grant, financial assistance over $50 million, which needs to go to the relevant minister. So this project would not have triggered that formal obligation to seek agreement. We do have pretty good communication flows through to our Minister's office, including a letter from the chair of the board after every meeting to give an update. But ultimately, at that price point, if you like, Senator, under $50 million, that would have been a decision for the board, not for the minister.
The use of the word formal,
yes,
by you,
yes,
I thought sounded quite deliberate. And then for you to explain that there are good communications channels,
Yes.
and then for you to share the fact that the chair and the board communicate to the minister or the minister's office in regards to decisions of the board,
Yes.
post-board?
Yes. Happy to talk to that in a bit more detail, Senator. So I guess by formal I meant as required by the ARENA Act and the legislation, that ministerial sign-off. So the board is not empowered to make grants over $50 million and must seek the approval of the relevant minister. I guess the less formal, or maybe better to say the less legislative requirement, but a better practice that our board follows is to write to the minister after each board meeting, give a high-level account of the proceedings, any conflicts of interest, those sort of good governance issues, and that will generally include, letting the minister know of major projects that are working their way through the system, and in this case, not because the minister has any formal decision-making, but as a better practice. And in general terms, Senator, we've found over time that ministers have been grateful and respectful of the independent decision-making of the board, but also grateful to be kept in the loop about what some of those major projects are that are tracking through the decision process.
Given the response of the Queensland Government to the decision of Fortescue to not proceed with its project, I'm assuming that the board would have been quite alert and conscious to that. Alert and conscious to the reaction of the Queensland Government?
Could possibly take that on notice, Senator. I think that, we try to make sure...
Were you aware of the reaction of the Queensland Government to Fortescue's decision?
I can't say that it would have been a decisive factor in the decision process.
No. I didn't say did it inform your view. I'm just talking about awareness at this point. You must have been aware, Mr.
Probably not strictly within my role, Senator, as not in that decision-making kind of line. So...
hard to have been oblivious to it, though.
I wouldn't say oblivious.
Right,
Senator.
so some awareness.
Yeah.
Some awareness. To
Yes.
the reaction of the Queensland.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So given some awareness by yourself and inside ARENA, and I'm going to make an assumption, the board as well, did you think it necessary or prudent to share formally or informally with the department or the minister or the minister's staff the fact that the board might be going down this path?
As I say, Senator, the Act does provide ARENA with a degree of independent decision-making, and so I think up to that point and that $50 million threshold, it's not a decision that the minister needs to get involved in. And as I mentioned before, we've found that over time ministers of all persuasions have been happy to trust the board to make those decisions below that $50 million threshold.
I'm not disputing the fact that I'm not disputing the formal and technical arrangements that exist and the observance of the legislative requirements and the observance of the independence of the board. What I'm curious to know is, did the minister, the department, the minister's office have a level of awareness that ARENA might be going down this path to approve a $45 million grant to Fortescue, given the controversies and the reactions of the Queensland Government?
Senator, hard to kind of read the mind of everyone you've just mentioned, but I think that everyone you've just mentioned, reads their clips in the morning and would be aware of these kind of factors that are around us and in our environment. So hard to say that they were oblivious.
Did ARENA reach out to the Queensland Government in any way, shape or form as part of its decision-making process or information-gathering process around the ARENA grant?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
You're the Chief Operating Officer?
Yes, I am.
Where's Mr Miller, out of curiosity? Sorry, I wasn't here for the opening statement, but...
Mr Miller was available earlier in the day, but no longer available, I'm afraid, Senator.
Mr Farris, I'm sure you're aware of this, but it's not open to members, it's not open to officials to take information on notice if they are aware of the information. So just to be very clear about that, the standing orders are very, very clear.
Yes.
So you can elevate the question or to a higher authority, but you are not at liberty to take on notice a response to a question that you know the answer to. Just want to make sure that's...
Understood.
So did ARENA reach out as part of the information gathering process, as part of its decision-making process to the Queensland Government prior to making its $45 million grant?
Senator, I'm not aware of that, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. Mr Dorwood?
Thank you, Senator. Similarly, no, I have to take that on notice.
That you're not aware or you
Correct.
don't know?
That's right. There's obviously a due diligence process for
Correct.
every grant assessment that happens at ARENA that goes through our multi-level independent technical assessment all the way through to the board ahead of their endorsement or decision, depending on the scale and quantum of funds, Senator. However, neither Mr Farris nor I will be able to provide the specific details on that level of due diligence in relation to engagement with the Queensland Government.
I used to be the chair of the Public Accounts and Audit Committee a few years ago. Wouldn't the due diligence process seek to take account or become aware of a very, very significant dispute over the repayment of a grant to the Queensland Government? Federal court action, $66 million.
Again, Senator, happy to take the specifics on notice. Our due diligence, I think, really focuses in on technical feasibility, commerciality, path to scale and emissions abatement potential. We're looking at it really from those points of view, which are tied back to the objects of our Act, which are to increase the supply and competitiveness of renewable energy.
Great. Thanks very much. You've been cooperative. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. In which case, thank you very much.
Sorry. We've got... So were you going to release?
I was, yes. We were.
Sorry, I just... I think we've got a few more questions. We've just got a few more questions. Apologies.
I'm happy to lead, Senator Henderson.
Yeah, on 121? Yeah.
I just wanted some explanation around the portfolio budget statement. At page 152, it details the budgeted financial statement tables, and in the table it talks about employee benefits rising from $14.3 million in 25-26 to $41.4 million in 26-27.
Yeah, thanks.
Have I read that correctly? Yep.
Yeah, happy to provide some context for that.
Yes, please. Yeah.
This is largely a very positive development for ARENA. We were, until December 2024, not able to employ more than 2 employees, our CEO and our Chief Financial Officer. And thanks to some amendments to the ARENA Act, which were passed in November 2024 and came into effect in December 2024, we were granted the right to employ. This is something that ARENA had been interested in for quite a long period of time to be able to stabilise our workforce. Prior to that, we had a workforce which was majority contractors and consultants, and we were keen to get the right to employ in order to stabilise that workforce, provide stability to our individuals, some of who had committed a lot of time to ARENA on these less secure engagement arrangements. And so what you're going to see through a number of parts of the portfolio budget statement is that decision or that legislative change in that right to employ, and then a lot of hard work over calendar 25 to set up our policies and our frameworks and our contracts. That started to turn into employment offers in October 2025. So what you're seeing is going to be a reduction. If you look at the next line, Senator, 84 million down to 50 million. That's partly a reduction from transferring people from consultancy arrangements onto employment arrangements. So we think that's ultimately a very positive thing for us. It really allows us to build our workforce, our capability and the culture that we want. And we're very grateful for the government for considering that amendment in 2024, and grateful for a lot of hard work that's gone on internally to get that employment power set up and running.
So that's an increase of 74 to 164 staff.
Senator, thank you for the opportunity. There's been a little bit of misunderstanding around that. In reality, our headcount has remained pretty stable at about 150, give or take half a dozen, I'd say, over the course of the year. That ASL increase is largely an accounting point as we moved from a workforce that was composed of contractors, consultants and secondees from the department. As those secondees came across and took up employment offers with ARENA, that ASL was then transferred across to ARENA. And so what you're seeing there is actually, I know there's been a little bit of misreporting around this, so thanks for the opportunity to correct the record. That's not a... looks on the face like a doubling of the size of our organisation. It's not the case. It's really actually the underlying sign of stabilising our workforce.
And so your explanation accounts for 100% of that increase?
Yes, Senator. I think there's an additional 9 ASL from the decision in the budget to have ARENA deliver the Cleaner Fuels program. So net of that, it would be at 155, which is pretty much our existing headcount.
Just on notice, would you mind detailing for me which of the current board members have experience in delivering renewable energy projects?
Yeah, happy to do that, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. No, thank you. Thank you to the officials from ARENA for attending this evening. We appreciate your evidence. And there are questions on notice you've taken. Please come back with those answers. All right. We now move on to officers from Snowy Hydro Limited. Welcome back, Mr Barnes. Thank you for appearing once more. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
If I may. Good evening. I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting. I also want to use this opportunity to update you on the progress of Snowy 2.0. Recently, we achieved a significant milestone on site, the breakthrough of tunnel boring machine Lady Eileen Hudson, after completing the 6-kilometre tail race tunnel into the machine hall. Snowy 2 is connecting an upper reservoir to a lower reservoir through around 27 kilometres of tunnels, with 2 massive caverns in between, about 1 kilometre underground, which will hold a power station the size of the Sydney Opera House. The breakthrough means we have now connected the lower reservoir to the power station cavern. Cavern progress is well advanced and we're getting set to begin power station construction, moving the project into a new phase. That milestone is a testament to Snowy 2's workforce, around 5,000 people, whose commitment to this incredible project means they travel to the Snowy Mountains, away from their homes and families, to make a difference to Australia's energy future. They are proud of the work they are doing, as am I. I know there is a natural and understandable frustration when it comes to Snowy 2's time and cost. Like most mega projects in Australia and globally, Snowy 2's cost has increased. Snowy 2's scale and uniqueness has compounded the increase. I suspect the degree of frustration is amplified because people understand just how important this project is. Snowy 2 will be a strategic national asset designed to operate for 150 years. It's essential for reliability in the future energy mix. Just like the original Snowy scheme, Snowy 2 is a generational investment. It will be powering Australian homes and businesses for generations. My job is to stay focused on safely delivering this critical project, ensuring it remains transparent and accountable, while importantly protecting the taxpayer's commercial position with the project's principal contractor. We announced that material cost pressures had led us to direct the principal contractor to conduct a cost reassessment late last year. That process is ongoing and will be subject to multiple layers of scrutiny, including review by independent construction cost experts. So thank you for the opportunity to provide this opening context, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening to you. I'd like to, of course, ask about Snowy 2.0, the cost reassessment. Are you able to give us an update on the cost of your EBA? I note that you have not or declined to provide us with these costs over the last two estimates. We are seeking those costs today. Are you able to indicate the cost of that new agreement?
So in October last year, we said that we had directed the contractor to do a reassessment, which would take up to 9 months. The contractor has not provided us with that reassessment. But I would also give you some information regarding the disclosure of figures that could commercially prejudice our position with the contractor and therefore the Australian taxpayer. In the prior contract before reset of this project, any increase in labour costs as a result of an EBA were able under that contract to be passed through to the client, that being Snowy Hydro, without recourse to the validity of those and the ongoing application of those to the workforce. Obviously, if I were to provide a number, which I don't have, by the way, on the cost of that EBA, then I would be commercially prejudicing our position with the contractor.
So has the contractor not told you the cost of the EBA?
That's correct. The contractor had to get our no objection to the terms and conditions of the EBA and that they were at market rates, but the application of those to the job and to the contract, they have not provided us with that figure formally.
So you've just signed up to a blank cheque, have you?
Well, the contract is a contract which has a number of incentives and penalties, but costs which are fairly able to be identified by the contractor as an increase to the costs from 2023, then yes, we are liable for those costs.
I mean, I find it extraordinary that you're not able to, or you're not willing to disclose those costs. I'll put it to you, as has been reported, that the cost impact of the new EBA to the overall budget of Snowy 2.0 will be an additional $1 billion or thereabouts. Is that true?
When I have the report from the contractor, I will disclose the component of the cost increase for the project that's related to the EBA, but I don't have that figure today.
Well, I'm asking you if you can please indicate whether that is roughly the case, that sort of cost.
And as I've said, I don't have that cost from the contractor, and to speculate as to what it may be would commercially prejudice our position with the contractor.
I'm asking you to share with, we're in estimates here. This is a project which has run out of control in terms of the cost to the Australian taxpayer. The reports are that this new EBA will cost another $1 billion, and you're not in a position to confirm that?
When I have the confirmation from the contractor, I will provide it. And as I've said, to speculate as to what variation the contractor may claim would commercially prejudice our position.
So who's going to pick up the bill for this new EBA?
Well,
it's the Australian taxpayer, isn't it?
Well, the project is funded eventually by its commercial operation and the profits it will make. Of the currently approved budget of $12 billion, the Australian taxpayer has contributed $4 billion of equity and $5.9 billion of loans or temporary equity that will have to be repaid.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go with the $1 billion because I'm going to say it if you're not prepared to. So assuming the new EBA will add another $1 billion to the cost of Snowy 2.0, this will be on top of the latest blowout of the project, which the government says is $12 billion. That's correct, isn't it?
The current approved budget is $12 billion.
What actions are you taking to rein in the costs of this project? I mean, this just looks like this is a project run out of control with no regard to the cost on the taxpayer.
So the project is clearly a unique and complex engineering endeavour in a unique and complex environment. It is a project that went through many iterations, and we publicly described the design immaturity that was at play 3 years ago. We have a fairly significant client team who are daily working hard with the contractor to look for ways to do this job more efficiently. But unlike mega projects globally and locally, it has experienced a number of cost pressures. We went early by disclosing that we would not complete the job for $12 billion. And I think there would be an expectation that we run through the reassessment of the cost base diligently and with independent scrutiny.
Did you oppose the EBA in the Commission?
The contract allows for Snowy Hydro, recognising we are not the employer. The employer is Future Generation Joint Venture, to understand that the contract rates and the conditions the workers have asked for are at market. And there was an independent process with an independent advisor that determined that the rates and the allowances were at market.
And what about your approved budget? Does that include the estimate for the cost of the new EBA?
The $12 billion was approved in mid-2023. That was prior to the EBA market moving to a significant level, and is one of the cost pressures that we have reassessed as part of the current assessment.
And what are you forecasting as the cost of the EBA?
As I've said, we are waiting for the line-by-line cost assessment from the contractor, and to speculate on an expectation would commercially project prejudices.
So that wasn't my question. What are you forecasting? In your own budgets, what are you forecasting as the cost of the EBA?
At the moment, we are waiting on the cost reassessment from the contractor. That will go through multiple layers of scrutiny.
So you don't have a forecast in your projections for the new EBA?
No.
You've just got zero, have you?
Well, we're going through a process.
I mean, that doesn't sound like even basic budgeting. You would have to forecast for expected future expenditure.
Like I've said, this is a uniquely challenging and complex project. We announced, I think, quite transparently, quite early, that we were not going to complete the project for $12 billion, and that a cost reassessment process was underway with the contractor, and that would take up to 9 months.
So when are we going to get those costs of the new EBA?
Well, we expect the contractor to provide us with their reassessment before the end of June, and then we will go through our multiple levels of scrutiny to make sure that commercially we are not prejudicing our position with this contract.
Industry commentators say that the new cost blowout will take the Snowy project in total to a total cost of $40 billion.
Well, the $40 billion figure that was presented in the Australian, I believe, is completely conflated with transmission costs and interest costs, which we have never claimed to be part of this project. It's highly unusual for a generation project to include the whole transmission costs of the east coast of Australia in its estimate. We are not responsible for those transmission costs.
But they're necessary in order to transmit the power, aren't they?
Well, they're necessary for the whole energy transition, and the approval for any transmission projects go through a very rigorous regulatory process, which clearly I'm not responsible for. And I think for the transmission lines referred to in that article, I think there were in excess of 600 submissions on those transmission projects. But to be clear, we do not include the cost of transmission or the other inflated figure in that article, which was interest costs during construction, in our estimates. The $12 billion expressly excludes those.
So I'm just wanting to know, in terms of the current situation with workers, are they receiving the increased wages and allowances which have been proposed under the new EBA?
Yes.
They are. And what's the cost of those new increased wages and allowances?
The rates are, as we discussed at last estimates, in the order of 20 or 25% more than previously. How that plays out over the remaining 3 years of the project is currently subject to this cost reassessment.
And what's the 25% uplift? What does that represent in dollar terms?
As I say, we're waiting for this cost reassessment to determine that in its detail.
No, but Mr Barnes, you've just told me that you're already paying this uplift in wages and allowances. So what is the cost of that 25% uplift?
And we said in October that alongside other cost pressures, that we would spend our $12 billion budget by about the middle of this year, and that EBA cost, amongst other factors, is contributing to that higher cost.
No, but what I'm seeking from you, what is the cost of that 25% uplift in wages and allowances?
I'm afraid it's not that simple to answer in a single number. The project has 5,000 workers. The project workforce goes up and down, and there are different categories of workforce. The project operates, and this is vastly different to how it operated more than 3 years ago, to make sure that the workers are paid and the contract keeps moving, so we make progress on the build.
Well, this might be complex, but I'm seeking that information from you, Mr Barnes.
And when the cost reassessment is complete and we have that scrutinised...
But you're already paying this. You know what those numbers are because you're paying them.
As I've said, on this contract, we pay all of the costs, but that does not mean that those costs will come to our account at the end of the project. The reason we did that is because 3 or 4 years ago, workers were not being paid, suppliers were not being paid, so we maintain the cash flow to the project. That does not mean it will contribute to the final cost of the project. And to go into any detail on that, which we're still waiting for the report from the contractor, would commercially prejudice our position with the contractor.
Well, I'm going to push you for those costs, Mr Barnes. I'm sorry, you know what they are, you're paying them, and as a member of this committee, I'm insisting that you provide this information to our committee.
Well, Mr Barnes has indicated, I mean, maybe this is why this project, when Mr Turnbull and Mr Joyce and Mr Taylor signed off on this project in 2017 and told the Australian public it'd cost $2 billion and be finished by 2021, your kind of approach is probably typified that approach.
Well, I can tell you what, the blowouts have been completely unacceptable.
Well, it was done on the back of an envelope by Mr Joyce and Mr Turnbull and Mr Taylor. That's what happened here. 3 blokes on the back of an envelope hoodwinked each other and then hoodwinked the government.
Yeah, so you basically walk away. You're saying that you've got no responsibility.
And Mr Barnes has a responsibility here to manage this project in the way that he described in his opening statement.
Mr Barnes,
it is a completely consistent and reasonable position for him to adopt, to say that he's not going to provide you a speculator, a guess. He's explained why a guess would be inappropriate. You can't press him for a guess or an estimation.
No.
What he has told you is that there is a timetable for the project to be provided with the analysis that the contractor is required to produce for him. That Snowy itself will go through a proper assessment process of that. And that when that reaches a conclusion, he's very happy to be transparent about it. That's as good as it gets. You can't press him to provide a figure that he doesn't have.
Mr Barnes, could you please on notice provide details of the uplift in the payments that you are currently paying so we can understand and quantify that? So if you could please take that on notice. Can I also ask how many union right of entries there have been on the project?
I'll have to take that one on notice. I don't have that to hand.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I just want to hand over to Senator Smith, who's got some questions.
Sure. I might use this. We've got a brief set of questions as well. May I ask, you don't have to give me an answer about how long. Would it be more convenient for us to do ours or you to do yours?
I'm happy for you to proceed first, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Smith. Mr Barnes, how far from completion is the Snowy 2 project?
I mean, assuming the target date of N28 and the $12 billion figure, which of course we've said will be higher, we are just over 70% complete. Obviously, completion in construction has a few definitions. As I've mentioned in my opening statement, we are making good progress on the milestones, but completion has a cost and a quantity perspective. And of course, once the cost goes up, you're less complete. But based on our current approved budget and schedule, we're just over 70%.
How long will the Snowy 2 project be in operation once it's complete and up and running?
Well, the design life of the project is 150 years. We did move that from 75 years or maybe 100 years when we did the reassessment 3 years ago. But 150 years is the short answer.
In terms of the importance of Snowy 2 for broader system reliability and affordability in the electricity market, are you able to just sketch for us the most significant aspects of this project?
Well, the most significant aspect of Snowy 2 is the large volume of storage. In the integrated system plan produced by AEMO, there is a requirement for 649 gigawatt hours of storage by 2050. Snowy 2 provides 350 gigawatt hours of that. So in periods of low solar production and low wind, a bit like a Canberra day today, then Snowy 2 kicks in and provides the reliability the grid needs.
What would you say the impact of Snowy 2 will be in terms of electricity prices?
I think it will substantially reduce electricity prices in those periods where it's not windy and not sunny. And in fact, in a week or so, we are releasing a study into the effect of Snowy 2 on the market once all of the coal plants have closed. And it has a very demonstrable effect on lowering prices.
In terms of the local economic benefits that this project has brought, are you able to just sketch those for me as well in terms of jobs, amount of investment and the flow on?
I mean, roughly speaking, on the current approved budget, 80% of the costs are local, largely people and services. The equipment cost is actually a relatively small proportion. There are many hundreds of millions of dollars spent in local regional economies. And of course, with a workforce which is almost exclusively Australian, then their contribution to the tax system is immense. So it's a very economically productive asset for Australia during its construction.
Thank you, Mr. Bunt. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much for your participation this evening. So is the contractor's cost reassessment overdue now?
Well, in October we said it would take up to 9 months, so no.
When and is it expected within that 9 months or on that
yes,
9 months?
Yeah.
You mentioned that it would then go through multiple layers of scrutiny. Can you just detail what those multiple layers of scrutiny are?
Well, we have independent construction cost experts who have been working in parallel, but also will provide us with advice when we receive the report. The Department of Finance have appointed external expert cost assessors. Obviously, it will go to our board and we will work with shareholders in the production of advice in coming months.
In your response to my question to you at the last estimates, I asked for board papers and reports on the cost of the EBA. Your response to that was that Snowy Hydro considers that information relating to cost impacts, particularly in circumstances where the Snowy 2.0 cost assessment is ongoing, is confidential and commercially sensitive to Snowy Hydro, and may, if disclosed, diminish the competitive commercial value of the information and or prejudice Snowy Hydro's legitimate business, commercial, professional, financial interests. Did you or did Snowy Hydro at any point seek to explore how that information could be provided to the Senate in a way that wouldn't cause any commercial, professional or financial damage?
Well, I think I remember the response to that question where without providing, it would have been no use to the committee, I don't believe, to provide figures. Sorry, I'll start again. It would have been no use for us to provide information that wasn't commercially sensitive. So we assessed what we could provide. To provide any level of calculation would commercially prejudice our position. Now, the EBA, of course, is available on the Fair Work Commission's website, and that does identify the rates and allowances.
There's a fundamental problem here, and that is the Parliament and people are trying to satisfy their interests around the expenditure of public money. So lack of willingness on the part of Snowy Hydro to make itself available or information available for that process. Would Snowy Hydro be amenable to participating in a specific Senate inquiry into the operation and costs where Snowy Hydro was able to provide information in camera?
Well, I think that's possibly a question for others. However, the cost reassessment process, which we announced quite early, will have a degree of scrutiny, which, when it is complete, we will provide transparency on. And to do, so it's a question of timing, and to do anything in the interim would prejudice our commercial position. I will also remind the committee that the Australian National Audit Office has, for the past year, been conducting a performance audit on our management of this contract, and I think that is due to be tabled in June.
That's my understanding as well. We will wait to see the progress of the cost reassessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your attendance here today, and I will now call officers from the Climate Change Authority, please. The Honourable Mr Matt Keane, the Chair, and Ms Catherine Ali, the Chief Executive Officer. Do either of you wish to make an opening statement? And your team, sorry, and your team as well. Opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, in which case I'll hand the call over to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Keane, good evening. I just wanted to ask you about the Climate Change Authority's reliance on CSIRO's sectoral pathway modelling to inform its 2035 target advice. Did you rely on that modelling?
It was one of a number of things that we relied on for the modelling. We took the CSIRO's sector pathways advice. We did extensive community consultation and engagement. We have obviously an internal policy team, and then we have a diverse range of members of the authority that had input into the modelling. But yes, it was one of the inputs we considered.
I'm not sure whether you heard the evidence earlier today, but clearly the government's Hydrogen Head Start program has been massively cut. Projects are running very much behind. There is a fraction of the green hydrogen being produced it's highly unlikely that we will see 500,000 tonnes of green hydrogen produced by 2030, and of course these feed in to the net zero emissions targets. So do you have concerns about what's happening in this space, given the government's reliance, and I guess your reliance, on hydrogen as a key factor in the government's net zero emissions plan?
Senator, with regard to hydrogen and arriving at the 62 to 70% target, we not only did a top-down analysis, but we also built a bottom-up model. So we looked at all the possible pathways to determine how far and how fast we could go. The 62% number, from memory, doesn't include hydrogen to get to that figure. We looked at some of the pathways included delivering on the ISP step change scenario for electricity, renewable energy penetration. There was a high uptake of EVs. I think 50% of all new vehicle sales between now and 2035 would be electric. We looked at ratcheting the safeguard mechanism. But I can't speak specifically to hydrogen, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't included in the bottom-up analysis. Maybe I could just hand to one of the officials to talk to that.
Thank you, Senator. Kath Rowley, CEO of the Climate Change Authority. Just to clarify, the authority did look at a wide range of abatement opportunities to inform its advice. Hydrogen did not play an important role in underpinning our understanding of emissions reduction pathways to the 62 to 70% recommended range. And the assumptions that we made in that analysis were largely about, so the lion's share of abatement over the period to 2035 came from the electricity sector. There was then a substantial quantum of electrification, which delivers both emissions reductions, building on renewables, and efficiency gains. And as set out in our report, a range of other technology options taken up across the economy, but hydrogen was not a significant contribution.
I mean, it just seems very strange, given the government's reliance on hydrogen. Its investment, now we know commercial production is completely stalled. $1 billion has been stripped out of green hydrogen investments. So the government is, and certainly Minister Bowen has publicly stated that green hydrogen is really the only game in town for hard to abate sectors. So when you say you didn't take it into account very much, we've now seen this whole sector to collapse. So surely that's got to have some impact on your projections.
Thank you, Senator. I'd note that the evidence provided by Arena in the earlier session spoke about a pretty healthy pipeline of proposals coming into their Hydrogen Head Start Round 2 range, so I'm not sure it's correct to say that the industry has collapsed. However, hydrogen is anticipated, based on our current understanding of technology and fuel developments, to play a significant role, particularly in the long term, where electrification is not feasible, and for things like high temperature heat industrial applications. It's not anticipated to play a significant role in emissions reductions in the period to 2030 or 2035, and even with the volumes that were set as those milestones or guideposts for the hydrogen strategy, it's a relatively small contribution to emissions reductions relative to those other sources that I referred to.
I appreciate the point you're making, but currently there's only 1,100 tonnes of hydrogen in production. The forecast, the milestone is 500,000 tonnes by 2030. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's no certainty, in fact, that the government will get anywhere close to that figure. So currently it's only 0.22% of the 2030 milestone. Your evidence is that you're not overly relying on hydrogen because you consider that to be a longer term abatement mechanism. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. And I'd note that in our advice to the government on the 2035 target, we made a general observation that Technology development is uncertain and the development of new fuels is uncertain. There are upside and downside risks. Some technologies might develop faster than we thought, and with the example of electric vehicles, we're seeing very rapid uptake relative to what we might have anticipated even just a year ago, whereas some technologies, like hydrogen, face additional headwinds, and the authority considered that as they were developing their advice to government on the target.
Thanks, Ms Rowley.
Senator, could I maybe just add some additional information? When looking at the emissions reduction pathways and doing the ground-up analysis, hydrogen's not included. It wasn't an assumption that we put in the model, so we're not relying on that to get to the 62 to 70%.
Thanks, Mr Keane. Chair, Senator McDonald does have some questions, so if I could...
Yes, please.
...hand over the rest of my time to Senator McDonald.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Keane, previously in estimates on the 4th of November 2024, you made some claims about what the Integrated System Plan does. You said the ISP is a look at the counterfactuals as to other sources of generation to provide the cheapest replacement cost of an existing system. You had quite an exchange with Senator Cadell on this topic. Is there anything about that statement that you'd like to amend or qualify?
Well, I think it's disappointing that I don't get to see my friend Senator Cadell, who is always good company. But what I will say is that the issue is whether a renewables pathway versus the counterfactual of a coal and gas pathway is cheaper. I think that was the point that he was trying to make. Specifically with regard to that statement, obviously the ISP takes into account the law, and as it should. The national energy market rules specify that the rules need to be in line with a focus on affordability, reliability and sustainability. And so it's appropriate that government market bodies comply with the law.
So are you referring to, or are you aware that the counterfactual in the ISP then is actually forced to meet all of the government policy targets, such as the 82% renewable energy by 2030, just as the other scenarios are?
Well, I mean, the scenarios are required to meet the law. If the law changes, then the scenario planning will take that into account.
So that is a yes, that the 82% renewable energy by 2030 would be a requirement as a policy target, government's policy target.
Well, you're going to model what the law requires. I mean, I don't know why we're doing counterfactuals if it's not the law.
Are you aware that the AEMC is running a process for a rule change request at the moment called Clarifying the Treatment of Jurisdictional Policies and System Costs in the ISP?
Senator, sorry, could you repeat that question?
Are you aware that the AEMC is running a process for a rule change request at the moment called Clarifying the Treatment of Jurisdictional Policies and System Cost in the ISP?
I'm aware that the AEMC regularly looks at these matters. What I'm also aware of is that experts, including the CSIRO, the International Energy Agency, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, consistently find that a renewables-based system is cheaper than a system relying on new coal or gas. The AEMC that you cited then just recently found that a faster build-out of renewables is needed to keep electricity prices from rising. And just to give you completeness with the answer, I refer to Griffith University Professor Paul Simshauser's recent report, which actually looked at the counterfactual scenario where new entrants to the national energy market were constrained to just coal and gas as opposed to renewables. And it found that electricity prices would be between 30 to 50% higher. So that's consistent with all the evidence, and I'll stick with the facts and the evidence set.
Could I be specific though? You wanted for completeness, are you aware that they're running a process for a rule change request specifically called Clarifying the Treatment of Jurisdictional Policies and System Costs in the ISP?
Well, that's a question best directed to the AEMC, I would have thought. That's not...
I'm just asking if you're aware of it or not.
I'm here on behalf of the Climate Change Authority, happy to talk to that, but maybe you could refer that question to the AEMC.
So you're not aware?
I'm aware that market bodies regularly consider rule changes.
Sure. So you're not going to answer the question?
No,
So would you be aware
Senator,
that the AEMO has said in their submission to that rule change request, it is not the role of the ISP to assess the benefits or appropriateness of government policies, but to set out the optimal pathway to achieve these policies within the context of the national electricity market?
well, the electricity...
Just whether you're aware or not is where we're going.
Well, I'm aware that the electricity grid is required to follow the National Electricity Law, which sets out the objectives being affordable energy, reliable energy and sustainable energy, and the AEMC, AEMO, the market bodies are guided by the law.
I'm not seeking to ask you to answer another question. I just want you to answer this question, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good answer for another question.
Yeah, exactly. Not the question I asked, though. Are you aware that AEMO has said in their submission to that rule change request, it is not the role of the ISP to assess the benefits or appropriateness of government policies, but to set out the optimal pathway to achieve these policies within the context of the national electricity market?
Well, that's a question you have to ask AEMO. Sure. Am I aware of their submissions? I haven't read all their submissions, but it would not be unreasonable for them to assume that they would follow the law.
So are you aware that the Australian Energy Market Commission has put out a draft decision on the rule change request explicitly excluding the contemplation of different energy mixes in any scenarios, or providing a baseline that's unconstrained by government policies, even if they could be cheaper, saying we recognise that allowing additional scenarios where jurisdictional targets are excluded could allow for a wider range of development paths to be considered and assessed in the ISP.
But Senator, I think what you're getting to is the point that I was making earlier, which is if you were to not consider those jurisdictional constraints and you were to just have a coal and gas new entrants to the NEM being coal and gas, what you will see, according to Griffith University, Professor Paul Simshauser and Joel Gilmore, they've looked at this and they found electricity prices will be 30 to 50% higher. So they're the facts, Senator. I can't speak to what the AEMC submission was, but I can speak to what the facts are. And the facts are that electricity prices will be higher if you just have coal and gas entering the national energy market. The wholesale price of electricity.
Wholesale price, yes. Right. I mean, that statement finishes, we also consider that the exclusion of some or all jurisdictional targets in the ISP would reduce the reliability of the ISP as a plan to support coordinated investment that delivers the greatest net benefits. So I assume they're also talking about reliability of the energy grid.
Yes, but this is exactly what the Griffith University study looked at.
No, I think you're talking about a singular... I'm sorry, I'm going to paraphrase you. You answer what you will to this question.
I was just making the point that this is exactly what the Griffith University study looked at, a counterfactual where new entrants to the NEM were coal and gas, so not seeing renewables coming in, and that counterfactual scenario would see wholesale electricity prices 30 to 50% higher.
Okay.
And,
so...
Senator, could I just clarify, you were also interested in impact on reliability?
Yes.
And so just an observation with respect to that, expanding generation from new renewable sources is helping maintain Australia's very high standard of system reliability, while it's also putting downward pressure on prices, as the Chair has just explained.
Who are you quoting then?
If I could just finish my answer. So the clear evidence that old or ageing coal-fired power stations break down more often, and that having more renewable energy and storage in the system is reducing reliance on that gas, on expensive gas generation during those coal outages. Reliability Watch, in terms of who I'm quoting, so Reliability Watch tracks outages from coal, and over the summer period, October 2025 to February 2026, reported that coal-fired power stations had 18 scheduled outages and 90 unplanned outages. During that time, 25% of coal capacity was unavailable at any point on average, and units overran their maintenance predictions by 2 weeks on average. And that the growth in battery storage, both in homes and at the utility scale, is playing an important role in supporting system reliability, including that over the late January heatwave period, where we saw elevated demand across the national electricity market. During that period, wholesale prices were down 12% year on year across the quarter, and that's largely because of the impact of battery storage.
Yeah. So thank you for that very long answer. So this week, the 21st of May, the Victorian Energy Minister, in an interview with Tom Elliott on 3AW, appealed to AEMO's ISP as proof that Victoria's policies can lower bills, saying that market operator, who is the expert in managing the transition, are absolutely clear in their integrated plan that not just Victoria but the rest of the country can actually achieve the degree of ambition that we have set, and remember that ambition is about lower bills. Do you support the use of the ISP plan in this way as evidence of the merit and achievability of government policies?
Well, Senator, if you caught today's Fin review, you would have seen that renewables entering the grid are working and lowering electricity prices exactly to the point you were making. In fact, today we've seen the Australian energy market, the Australian Energy Regulator, make it clear that energy prices could fall up to 10.7% in the default market offer because of wind and batteries in the system. So it's proving that it's working. Renewable energy penetration into the grid has gone up from 20% in 2020 to around 50 or 40% now, 50% for the last quarter. So it's delivering that reliability, and it's also putting downward pressure on electricity prices. The less we rely on coal and gas, particularly at the moment with what's happening in Iran, the better it is for households and businesses across the nation. That's not me saying.
I'm not sure what Iran's got to do with Australian coal and Australian gas. Sorry.
Do you want to? No. It's all yours, Mr. Keane, I reckon.
Well, obviously, fossil fuels being stranded in the Strait of Hormuz is putting pressure on the entire global energy system. That's pushing up the price of those inputs, putting upward pressure on wholesale gas prices. It's putting upward pressure on, obviously, diesel prices.
Sorry, I just didn't quite hear what you said at the beginning. Australian coal and gas being stranded in Australia.
No, I said coal and gas. We're not disconnected from the rest of the world, Senator. You know that better than anyone. And what I'm saying is that if the price volatility, because we're seeing what we're seeing in the Middle East, that flows through to Australian markets and ultimately families in Australia. And you know what doesn't get stranded in the Strait of Hormuz? Our sunshine. And we should be building more renewables.
Have contracts on prices, so they're not shifting.
Well, Senator, what happened following, for example,
I didn't actually ask a question of you, Minister.
Well, no, but I do get to intervene.
Contracted prices.
I do get to intervene. And for those facilities,
I'm done.
For those facilities following the Ukraine conflict breaking out, that relied upon coal and gas in particular, that was a leading cause of electricity price rises following that conflict. That's why the government intervened. And that is not what we've seen. That is not what we've seen. We have not seen those spikes in prices following the Strait of Hormuz crisis because of the features of the additional renewables and storage in the system that we've seen. That's why.
That's why. You're just making stuff up.
Give me a break.
All right. Thank you, Senator Nandraga.
Thanks, Chair. Farmers don't run their tractors on sunshine.
Well, Senator, that's true.
But the more fuel we can preserve by moving to EVs, the more you save it for those parts of the economy that can't have alternatives.
No wonder you're all struggling.
We've seen how much the country
No wonder you're all struggling. Like, really.
Minister,
it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Sorry, Minister, now.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Thank you.
Senator
Thank you,
Henderson.
Chair. I support you completely.
I appreciate your support. The call has gone to Senator Anundarajah.
Thanks, Chair. Could we have on notice a copy of that Griffith University report, just for the committee?
We can table that report.
That
I think
would
it's
be,
publicly
that would be
available,
great.
but yes.
And just with regards to sweating these coal assets for longer, what would be the impact on emissions and on prices both for households as well as businesses and industry?
Well, let me give you a real-life example. I saw Senator Hanson today tweeting about the Liddell coal-fired power station and describing it as productive infrastructure. That power station was running when I was the Energy Minister in New South Wales, and in 2022, I can tell you that it had to be restarted 31 times. It was operating at well less than half its nameplate capacity, and it was producing...
Senator McDonald and Senator Henderson.
I can't...
No, well, no, hold on. Senator Henderson, Senator McDonald,
I cannot hear.
Sorry.
Productive infrastructure...
Sorry, before we continue, Mr Keane, let me just stop you for a moment. Senators, the rules protect everyone, and when you are asking your questions, you were heard in silence. Senator Anundarajah is entitled to ask her questions in the same way and have the answers given by Mr Keane.
It wasn't sent out of business. It wasn't working. I mean, that's the reality. The AGL had to inform the government at the time, which was a coalition government, that keeping it open risked serious injuries to workers. That's the lived experience of these ageing coal-fired power stations. Less than 1% of coal-fired power stations is operating globally over 50 years old. And a station like Liddell was at around 50 years old, I think 52 years old. And what that meant for New South Wales citizens at the time was less reliable energy, more expensive energy, and safety issues for workers that do the job of keeping the lights on. So that's the reality of relying on old, ageing, clunker coal-fired power stations. The counterfactual is that we have clean, modern technology that will provide reliable energy, affordable energy, and also clean energy. And that is having material benefits to consumers, as we saw from the AER today in their report in today's financial review, which showed that batteries and wind entering the system, that high penetration of renewables is dampening electricity prices. In fact, the default market offer next year will be up to 10.7% cheaper because of those renewables coming to the system. So the key message is, if you want to rely on ageing coal-fired power stations, you do so at the expense of a less reliable electricity system and potentially a far more expensive electricity system. And that's what all the market experts suggest.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator Anundarajah. Senator Henderson, do you have any more questions?
Oh, no, I don't, thanks, Chair.
Senator McLaughlin.
Good evening. My apologies for being a little late. I probably came in on with the word coal, which is controversial to some. But and you may have answered this, the realistic prospect of retiring our coal-fired power stations in the short to medium term, what's your view? The states have obviously indicated that they're still reliant and they're pushing their renewables, but we have also development issues and delays in getting our renewables out. So could you just give us a snapshot of the tensions and where you see that landing?
Well, what we need to do is ensure that old capacity doesn't exit the system before new capacity is installed. And today, as I said, the cheapest way to deliver reliable capacity also happens to be the cleanest form of capacity, and that's firmed renewables into the system. So what we need to do is get on with rolling out electricity generation, transmission and firming infrastructure at scale that will ensure that we keep the lights on, we put downward pressure on electricity prices, and we underwrite a new era of prosperity for our nation. And that's the chance we have to give because of our abundance of renewables and the economics of those technologies that continue to fall down the cost curve.
In South Australia, we have an interesting situation where if we have more users on the grid, our costs go down. Is that a similar situation in other states, or is it particularly South Australian because we have long distances and small populations?
Well, obviously, if there are bigger populations and those costs are shared, the costs will go down for users. And this is one of the arguments for coordinating the build-out, having a coordinated modernisation of the electricity system rather than an uncoordinated one, because that will just push costs up for families and businesses who can least afford it. So we want to make sure that we benefit from the modernisation of our electricity system, which I have to say, Senator, has to be done regardless of the issue of climate change, which I'm wearing the Climate Change Authority hat for. But as the former Energy Minister in New South Wales, I can tell you, these are old bits of machinery. They need to be replaced before they become more unreliable. Otherwise, you're going to see eye-wateringly high costs for consumers and a less reliable system, which is not acceptable.
We've traditionally looked at the costing model as assisting the climate, so preventing greater spend on adaptation. We've looked at it from the perspective of retiring ageing infrastructure. We have a new dynamic, which is an oil crisis, and there are arguments, and I think you may have reflected publicly on this, about fuel security and the need to electrify. So are we going to see going forward a factoring in the price of sovereignty, which has some cost, into the overall model for the country, as opposed to just climate change replacing infrastructure? You know, it's another dynamic in the drive to electrification.
Well, I think a primary consideration now has to be energy sovereignty and energy security. And what we know is that fuel security is no longer just about how long you've got your supplies for. It's about whether you're exposed to choke points, to cartels and to conflicts that will flow through to your domestic fuel security and prices. I mean, what we do know is that relying on fossil fuels, as we're seeing in real time, the more we're exposed to energy price volatility and energy security issues. That's exactly what we're seeing in the Middle East. Minister Ayres mentioned earlier Ukraine. When I was the Energy Minister in New South Wales, through no fault of government policy, we saw wholesale prices of gas at that time go through the roof, up over 100% increases because Putin illegally marched into Ukraine. The more we're tethered to this international instability, the more it hurts Australian consumers, and that's not something we want to see, particularly when we can produce our own energy security right here at home using our sun and our wind and our abundance of natural advantages from renewables. And a periodic table of critical minerals below our feet as well, Senator.
That's for me at the moment, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing.
Nice
Good
to see you,
again.
Senator.
Mr Keane, last estimates you gave me an update on your statement last year which provided net zero metrics, your metrics. Specifically, what percentage of the world was covered by net zero mandates? You might remember that.
Yes, we talked about it last time. Yeah.
These figures were 78% of global emissions, you said, 79% of GDP and 87% of the global population. Now, these figures we found are flawed. China's target is not 2050, it's 2060.
Yep.
India's is 2070. The United States has pulled out altogether. Our target is 2050, at which time Australia will share our misery with countries having just about 30% of emissions, about 40% of GDP and about 20%, just 20% of the world's population. Why pretend net zero by 2050 is the dominant position when in fact we're in a minority based on your metrics?
Well, that's just not true, Senator. You're obviously entitled to your opinions, but you're not entitled
They're
to
not
your
opinions,
own
they're
facts.
facts.
And the reality is that 195 countries have signed up to the Paris Agreement. I think we'll get you some figures shortly, Senator, as to how many countries have signed up to net zero by 2050. But, I mean, you make the point yourself. China, India, they have signed up to net zero. The majority of the world's GDP has committed to this global effort to confront global warming. And if you're suggesting that Australia should be left behind from where markets are going, where capital's going, where investment going is, and opportunity is going, then, Senator, you're arguing for a poorer country, and that's not something I want to see.
Well, rather than say these are my opinions, these are based on hard facts. The facts I told you are truthful.
Sorry, Senator, what are the facts? 195 countries have signed up under the Paris Agreement.
We'll get to that later. China's
the majority
target is not
of the world's
2050,
GDP
it's
has committed to
2060.
net zero.
India's is 2070. The US is out altogether, the second biggest economy in the world. Germany is making signs of reversing. Our target is 2050, at which time there'll be just about 30% of emissions will come from net zero by 2050 countries, about 40% of GDP and just 20% of the world's population. If they're wrong, show me where.
But Senator, the majority of the world's GDP has committed to net zero emissions. The markets that underwrite...
Not by 2050. Not by
committed
2050.
to net zero emissions. The markets that have underwritten our prosperity for generations are changing the type of goods and services they're looking for, and we're very well placed to prosper in that low-carbon global economy. And I'm not sure why you don't want Australia to benefit from this global megatrend.
Because I want the cheapest energy possible in Australia.
But the majority, I'm trying to explain to you, Senator, that the majority of the world's GDP is heading in this direction. It's something like 84%.
Over
80% of the world's GDP has committed to net zero emissions. That means they're looking for low carbon, steel, cement, energy, transport, a whole range of things, and we're really well placed to provide it. So we can do well by doing good. And I don't know why you've got a problem with that.
Well, the forecasts for coal consumption are increasing dramatically.
The forecast for coal consumption?
Yes.
Well, Senator,
so it's not decarbonisation.
Demand for energy use is increasing dramatically, and the proportion of renewables is increasing dramatically. I think you'll find that there's more investment going into renewables than there is any other form of technology. And what that means is that Australians can benefit because we can produce renewable energy at a cheaper cost than most other countries. That means for energy-intensive industries, we'll have a competitive advantage, and we should be grabbing that with both hands, rather than people like you standing in the way of Australia's biggest economic opportunity.
The cheapest electricity user has a competitive advantage. And right now, every country that has adopted a significant proportion of solar and wind has increased its costs and is not competitive. We used to be the cheapest electricity in the world. Now, outside of Europe, we're the most expensive. And only 3 countries in Europe are more expensive than us. We're on the road to bankruptcy. So
that's just wrong. Like, you've got to be called out for that nonsense, Senator. It's not true.
That's fact.
But it's not fact. It's not fact. And let me. Well, let's go through. Well, can I address that, Senator? Today,
what about
renewable energy is putting downward.
Let me just pause for a moment. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Kane. Senator McDonald.
Sorry, it's not my questions. I'm sorry.
Senator Roberts has asked the questions. If you'll address his question, Senator McDonald, if you'll allow him to do so, please.
Sorry.
No, you're going to give me some figures, you said.
Well, I'm not sure that there's any value in trying to engage you on this question. You've been impervious to facts and argument and the Australian interest the whole time I've been engaging with you on this committee about these questions. It's imported ideology from one nation, exporting jobs. That's your approach, and it's the One Nation National Party sort of coalition here, which only one part of that is winning that argument. Yeah, well, you know, I can't help you. I can't help you with this. You know, there's a set of facts. Mr. Keen's doing his best to work through them. You're shouting over the top of him. We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. Let's get back to this because we are late in the evening.
Okay, I'll ask him a second question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
In 2050, Australia, UK, Japan, Canada, some South American countries, and the EU, basically the 2050 Club, will in your world have zero greenhouse gas emissions. Australia's emissions will be down because our economy will be decimated. China, India and the US will hoover up our industry and leave us with no emissions because we will have no industry. Your sessions often talk about modelling. Have you modelled what the Australian economy will look like in 2050 from the perspective of GDP per person and share of national income going to wage and salary earners? These are the key metrics for standard of living. Have you modelled them?
Well, Senator,
have you modelled them?
But I was trying to answer your question from earlier, which Senator Ayres took the platform from me. But I mean, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, which is a very recognised analyst of energy matters, looked at the cost of new build energy, and it quotes solar at about $39 US per megawatt hour, wind a bit higher, $40 to $55 per megawatt hour. Battery prices fell 8% last year to about $108 per kilowatt hour. In January, Bloomberg New Energy Finance estimated that the levelised cost of electricity for new coal was about $297 per megawatt hour without a carbon price. So in Australia, new solar was $68 a megawatt hour, wind $115 a megawatt hour, and then new coal without a carbon price, nearly $300 a megawatt hour. So you're arguing nonsense. Clearly, from an expert analyst,
Bloomberg
has
also said we're going to transition a perfectly
I'm just trying to say, the facts are there. Like, you're just quoting nonsense. I'm reading from Bloomberg New Energy Finance. So I'm happy to table Bloomberg New Energy Finance's report.
Yes, please do.
Maybe you could table your report from the dark recesses of the web.
Labels are the refuge of the ignorant, the incompetent, the dishonest, the desperate, the fearful. That's what you two are doing.
No,
I'm
reading
don't label
from,
me. Just use hard facts. I'll happily table.
I'm happy to table the Bloomberg New Energy.
He just
Finance
did, Senator
report.
Roberts. Honestly,
Drilling down on this, Australia's system of carbon credit units encourages productive farmland to be shut down and local native vegetation replanted in return for carbon dioxide credits. This reduces agriculture and grazing land below critical mass for survival. Have you modelled the reduction in agricultural output, food, fibre and red meat, and the increased costs of agriculture? Have you modelled them?
Well, this is
Have you modelled them?
This is a huge economic opportunity.
Have
for
you
Australia.
modelled them?
Well, there have been various models
Have
done
you
on
modelled
this,
them?
Senator. There have been various...
You're not answering my question.
No, but I've said there are various models that the Climate Change Authority relies on for this information.
Could you, on notice, give us the names of those?
We can provide you with the relevant documents where
Thank you.
on.
In December,
if I could, Senator, I'd just note that in the authority's advice to the government with respect to the 2035 target, one of the inputs to that, as mentioned earlier, was analysis by CSIRO, modelling by CSIRO. It looked at
the same people that did GenCost.
If I could finish my answer, it looked at emissions reduction opportunities across the economy, including through land-based sequestration and in agriculture. And it showed what it would look like for the economy. To your point earlier about what does it do for GDP and GDP per capita, the GDP growth was unaffected by the decarbonisation of the economy. From memory, the economy continued to grow at a 2.7% per annum growth rate, whilst the economy decarbonised, including through enhanced sequestration across the landscape. And CSIRO modelling, as well as other work that the authority is drawn on and is published by agencies such as ABARES, Ernst & Young and other sources, shows that can be done whilst agriculture sustains and indeed increases its production and increases its output.
Could you provide us with the title of that CSIRO study?
The CSIRO report is directly quoted in the authority's advice to the government on the 2035 target, and it's available on the CSIRO website. We're very happy to table it as well.
Great. In December estimates, you pointed out one of Australia's largest exports, coal, was facing a future of reduced demand from overseas buyers. Korea was mentioned as an example. By 2050, we will have exited our own domestic use of coal for power. That means more reductions in our GDP, more jobs gone, more communities closed down. The future for our economy is bleak because of net zero measures, isn't it?
Senator, it doesn't mean those things at all. It doesn't mean those things, and I pointed out earlier why it doesn't mean those things. As I said, Bloomberg New Energy Finance say that the cost of new coal is about $300 per megawatt hour, compared to wind and solar and batteries, which continue to fall. They're much cheaper and they continue to come down the cost curve. So actually, what will see Australia become more prosperous is embracing those new technologies and helping let them use it to underwrite a new era of prosperity for our industry, for our manufacturing sector, and for our community. And that's something we should be grabbing with both hands, Senator. That's something you and I can agree on. We want Australia to be more prosperous, and making decisions based on the facts and the evidence is exactly how we do that.
And Senator, if I could add, noting your interest in modelling, the modelling done by
I'm very wary of modelling, believe me.
The modelling that the Treasury
The whole climate
did,
scam is based on dodgy modelling.
but you were interested in looking at the sources, and so in terms of the economic growth opportunities that come with the transition to net zero for Australia, explored in Treasury's modelling for the government's net zero plan. It included analysis of development of new industries like green metals and other clean fuels, and it looked at and compared. There's figures in the report if you'd like to look, comparing that with the anticipated decline in Australia's fossil fuel exports as the world decarbonises. And so we don't control global demand for our fossil fuel exports, but we do have opportunities to build and grow new clean industries, which, at least according to the Treasury analysis, could account for an even greater share of our economy by 2050.
Kumbaya! What a wonderful world.
And can I just...
You're not saying these are net zero jobs, are you?
Can I just say that, just to reiterate what the CEO said, the CSIRO modelling did show that the economy continues to grow under the decarbonisation pathways that we've modelled.
Are you aware of the Gen Cost modelling from CSIRO?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You're aware of the flaws?
Senator...
honestly.
Okay, last question.
Really?
Employment in Australia went backward in April, didn't it? The number of people in a job was less at the end of the month than the start. Green jobs are doing a crap job of making up for job losses in the productive economy. Mr Keane, what will be the employment rate in 2050 under net zero? How many more people will lose their jobs?
I just reject the premise of the way you frame this question, and I'll cite the Treasurer of New South Wales, the Honourable Daniel Mookie, who this week said that New South Wales was projected to go into recession had it not been for the renewables investment that was being made into that state. The energy roadmap, which I was the architect of, and we legislated with multi-partisan support, that has kept the New South Wales economy afloat, and that's something we should all be proud of, and we should be working to grow our economy and grow our prosperity, not standing in the way of doing so like you're trying to do, Senator.
The Christopher Lee LNP government is doing the opposite.
Well, I'm talking about the renewables roadmap in New South Wales has kept the state out of recession. That's not me as a Liberal saying that, that's the new Treasurer saying it, based on a Liberal policy. So it's something I'm very proud of, and we should be continuing to campaign on building a stronger, more prosperous nation. And let me tell you how to do that. It's building more renewables, not less.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator, that was a kind of sort of far-right beat poetry. I'm not quite sure what on earth what you were doing over the dinner break, but it's utter rubbish.
Senator Roberts is now concluded. Senator Roberts as well. Sorry, let's just keep this under some semblance of order. We're now going to go to about a 10-minute break or a 12-minute break. We'll come back at... Oh, sorry, Senator McDonald, do you have more questions to this agency?
Do, yes.
Okay, then we'll come at the end of that. We'll come back at 9:05 and you won't be gone. You'll still be here ready to answer some questions.
Do you not want to just finish it off?
Well, I'm happy to just finish it off. It won't take long.
Well, I think we've now extended a little bit further and we
No,
have some
it's fine.
well, so
I
we'll
don't need to. There was a whole lot of statements that were proven at the last estimates to be based on absolute rubbish under the Treasury evidence and under the ABARES evidence. So please do go look back and look at what was said at the last estimates that showed the agricultural productivity under the emissions reductions will reduce the amount of arable farming land available by 18 million hectares for emissions reduction and 5 or 6 million hectares for solar farms and transmission lines, which will absolutely gut the productivity of this agricultural food bowl in Australia.
That
If
is
you
just
think that
utterly
anything else...
utterly discredited.
ABARE said that.
It's utterly
ABARE said that, mate. So your own organisation.
All right, having
And
said
if you think you can farm it on anything apart from arable land, then you are very mistaken.
You are sincere in your concern for this.
No.
And I appreciate that very much.
I like to eat. I like to eat, and I assume you do too.
You also have a
and the sort of
long-standing
rubbish
track
that you're
record.
peddling.
Okay, sorry, hold on.
Well,
Let's just now we need to stop this.
You've got a
because
long-standing
this
track
is
record
beyond-
of standing up
Mr.
for
Keane,
agriculture,
sorry, just give me a
and I
moment here.
appreciate that. But we can do both.
Mr. Keane,
Not under your...
come to order. Senator McDonald as well. I think at this point we are going to go to our break. We're going to return. In the absence of other questions, we will say thank you very much to the Climate Change Authority. Appreciate your evidence and the work that goes into giving evidence here.
Thank you, Senators.
And we will see our next witnesses after the break at 9:05.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Now call officers from the Australian Energy Regulator. Welcome Ms Claire Savage, the Chair. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, we'll save you that.
Thank you very much. I now go to Senator Henderson or McDonald. Which one of the coalition am I going to? Okay.
Sorry, I'm not. Just bear with me. Good evening, and thank you very much for your time and appreciate you waiting. Apologies, we're running a bit behind. Look, I just want to first of all ask you about your staffing. The budget papers confirm that on the 1st of July 2026, the Australian Energy Regulator formally transfers into the DCC-EEW portfolio as a standalone entity with an allocation of 534 permanent positions. How many ASL does the AER currently have within the ACCC structure?
So I'll start by answering that, Senator, and if we've got more detailed questions, I can turn to our CEO, Dr. Garbutt. But look, at the moment, the AER, for the 25-26 year, the AER share of the ACCC's ASL cap is 420.5. But we have a number of lapsing NPPs, and so before legal separation and before this year's budget, our ASL cap would have been 411.9. So that's for the AER staff working on AER functions, including our own IT and legal people. With legal separation, there are a further 26 people that we currently pay for who are within the ACCC doing other corporate services. They transition to us post 1 July. And so that goes into the overall, that brings our ASL cap that transfers from the ACCC to us as 437.9 in 2026-27. And then there was a further 96.5 ASL allocated to us in the budget. Of that 96.5, 49 of those relate to their $0 ASL, and that's because we undertake a number of cost recovery functions on behalf of the states and territories. And so the states and territories fund those functions, but we haven't had an ASL allocation for them. So that gives us ASL towards those functions. And then the remaining number of ASL, which I think is, I have to get the actual precise number, goes to new functions and funding that came in the budget.
So I guess I'm concerned because there's been earlier representations that the transfer to the new department would not involve any increased resourcing at all, that it would all be done within existing resources. So
I can confirm that is the case, Senator.
That is the case?
Yeah.
And so no new positions whatsoever?
No. So there is essentially at the moment, like historically up till the end of this year, we've had about $20 million of our program budget which we've given to the ACCC for shared services, and they've basically had the ASL to deliver those shared services. Post-legal separation, we hang on to that $20 million and those shared services people come across to us. So they transfer out of the ACCC across to the AER, but there's no increase in ASL or budget from the legal separation.
So you're not taking $20 million from the ACCC?
No, it was always ours in our program budget. It's just that we would then pay it to the ACCC. But from 1 July next year, we will no longer need to pay it to the ACCC. We'll pay it to the people within the AER doing the same jobs that were being done.
And is that less efficient, so you're no longer sharing those
So we continue
services?
to share property and IT, but the other things, no, we're actually able to fund our corporate services within that budget envelope that was being paid to the ACCC for shared services.
Look, if you could provide any more information on notice in relation to the the transfer, because the staffing numbers at the ACCC only fall by 297. I'm just trying to reconcile those numbers.
Yeah. My understanding is their reduction relates to additional functions that they've received in budget as well. They received new funding through the budget that's not related to legal separation, but they can answer that obviously in their estimates hearing.
Well, it just sounds like you're, in fact, by reason of the legal separation, receiving an uplift in staff and resources.
No, we're not.
By reason of the legal separation?
No, we're not, Senator.
All right, well, if you could provide more information on notice just to step
I can
through
assure
the
you,
details.
I remember we had this conversation in the committee that looked at the legislation. We are not receiving any additional funding or ASL as a result of legal separation. There is a transfer between the ACCC and the AER for services they previously provided that we're now providing for ourselves.
Okay, well, look, if you could provide that
happy to
detailed information as to the
how it all
as to how you've transferred staff and where the money has come from in terms of the shared services previously with the ACCC. Also keen to verify that the discrepancy that we've seen in the budget is unrelated to the AER.
So I don't know what the
ACCC is just staffing just discrepancy.
I'm not saying it's a discrepancy. I don't know what the ACCC's budget position is. I'm just saying from our perspective, I can account for every one of our ASL. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, if you could just provide us with that further information on notice, we would be grateful. Can I ask you about transition-related contingent project applications?
Mm-hmm.
I'm wanting to find out how many applications the AR has received from transmission businesses since July 2022.
Oh, since July 2022. The timing of it is the bit that's troubling me. I'm not quite sure when each of them came in, but we've had, so HumeLink has been was a contingent project application, but I'm not quite sure if we received it before or after 2022. Project Energy Connect was prior to 2022, but it was a contingent project application. We have had stage 1 funding applications for VNI West, 1 and 2 for Marinus Link. There are a number of small contingent project applications, Senator Henderson, that don't relate to the integrated system plan, like within distribution determinations. Do you mean all of those as well?
Look, and maybe if you could provide us more detail on notice since July 2022.
So it's just since July 22? Yeah.
Yes, please. And what's the highest value transmission-related contingent project application that the AR has received or processed since July 2022? Do you know that?
It would be either HumeLink or Marinus Link. I'm just going to check which one was more. HumeLink was 4.279, or 4,279.1 million, so 4.279 billion. And then Marinus Link was, we got the total cost of Marinus Link there. Oh yeah, so Marinus Link would have been more, I think, because Marinus Link was 5.035 billion, so it would have been Marinus Link, Senator.
And what's the total cumulative capital value of all transition-driven poles and wires applications currently sitting with the regulator for assessment? Do you have an aggregate figure, or can you provide us with an aggregate figure?
I think I'm not sure we have any that are active at the moment in front of us, but I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator.
So out of the multi-billion-dollar grid expansions, how much has the AER already approved to be clawed back from consumers? Because I think that is the key issue here. The massive billions and billions of dollars of costs in poles and wires across this country is having a very substantial impact on consumers when these costs are passed on to consumers. So do you have the aggregate cost at all?
So just to set out what our role is in the process. So we don't determine what projects proceed or go ahead. That's done through the integrated system plan, which is done by the Australian Energy Market Operator. Our role in this space is to make sure that when those projects come for approval, that they're both prudent and efficient. So we look at the cost of delivering those projects. So quite often we might receive a proposal and end up reducing the amount of capital expenditure that's allocated to the business. But that's the end of the process we're looking at. And for example, HumeLink, which originally had an application of the 4.279 billion that I referred to before, there was a capex reduction made by the AER of $314 million on that application when it came to us, and the residential bill impact of that project is about $21 or $25 a year for New South Wales residents. So I don't have in front of me the total of all of them. And I just need to probably a little bit more information from you, Senator, as to whether you want all transmission projects or just transmission projects that have been actionable integrated system plan projects.
Well, I'm keen in particular to understand the total estimated impact that these clawbacks will add to a standard Australian household electricity bill over the next 5 years. So do you have any data where you can share that with us now?
I think we could pull that together for you. I don't have it to hand. We'd have to go through each of the decisions and then pull them together. But as I said, as an example, the HumeLink project would add $25 a year to a New South Wales bill.
So IEMO's draft to ISP has revised transmission cost estimates upward by over 100% in some cases. The Policy Institute Australia estimates total transmission overruns will contribute heavily to a $600 per year surge on household bills. So for each, and I'll go through these, for each of the following projects, has the AER approved the revised capital costs for recovery from consumers? And if you can just go through each one, yep, and at what value. So V&I West, which has a revised cost of $7.6 billion, up from an initial approximately $2 billion. Do you have...
So do you want me to go with each of them?
Yes, please.
So V&I West, we've only approved stage 1 works for the V&I West, which I can just get you the exact number now, we approved $948.8 million in capex for V&I West. V&I West, in terms of the second stage of the project, which has had a revised estimate, as you described, Senator, has not come to us for approval yet.
And what about the impact on consumers?
So the impact from consumers on the amount that we've approved so far on V&I West is $6 per year.
$6 per
year.
Per year.
Yep.
But that's just stage 1.
That's right.
And that's the small stage.
That's the $948.8 million that we've approved so far, Senator.
What about the Central West Arana Res, which is climbing up to some $5.5 billion?
So Central West Arana is being done under the New South Wales Roadmap, which is not done under the national electricity rules. The Central West Arana project we have a different role in the New South Wales roadmap than what we do under the national electricity rules. I'll just find the brief on the roadmap.
So you don't have an aggregate figure of what's being passed on to consumers?
No, we don't, Senator.
All right. Well, if you could come back.
Okay.
Come back on that. So when you talked about the $25 for HumeLink. Is that, sorry, can you just clarify, $25, is that per quarter, per annum?
No, per year.
Per annum?
Per annum.
So $25 for every consumer?
So my brief says the residential bill impact was $21 a year for the second stage, but for the combined project, which includes early works, it would be $25 per year over the 2025, 26 to 2027 to 28 period.
Per year, and that applies to every single consumer?
That would be an average residential household.
That's an average?
Residential household, yeah.
Okay, if you could provide more detail. What about Marinus Link? What is the cost to consumers?
Marinus Link. So Marinus Link has been, so I'm just looking at the final. So for Marinus Link, we did not accept their proposed capex of $3.498.4 million. and instead substitute an alternative estimate of 3.347 billion. And the bill impact of Marinus Link is not felt by consumers until after completion of its construction in 2030. So there's no annual billing cost.
What will happen at 2030?
At 2030...
What will be the impact on consumers?
Just looking to see if I have that. I don't think I have that figure here, Senator. I'm sorry. There is a sharing arrangement between the Commonwealth, Victoria and Tasmania on Marinus Link that's being done through their common ownership of the project, and there is concessional financing that's coming through from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and that will impact what the bill impact is on Victorian and Tasmanian consumers. Until we know what that concessional financing arrangement is, we don't know what the bill impact will be.
But that could be, what, another $25 a year?
I can't speculate till I know what the details of the concessional financing agreements are.
So what about New England?
So New England Res is also a roadmap project, New South Wales roadmap project, and my understanding is that project is still yet to be tendered for.
There's no approximate cost of that?
Not that I'm aware of.
The Western Renewables Link?
Similarly hasn't been tendered yet, and it's a New South Wales Res project, roadmap.
The Western Renewables Link is in Victoria.
Oh, sorry. That would be then under the NEVA orders in Victoria, which is not governed by us.
Okay, so you can't provide any...
We don't approve the projects in Victoria.
Additional information in relation to the cost impacts on consumers? No. What about Q&I Connect and Sydney Ring South?
So neither of those projects have commenced yet, as far as I'm aware, Senator.
All right, well, look, I will... if you could provide detailed information about the consumer costs in both separate and also aggregate, to the extent that you haven't been able to do so this evening, I would be most grateful. Do you want...
Thank you, Senator Henderson. I'm going to go to Senator Whitten and then Senator McDonald. Okay. I understand you have questions.
Yeah.
Senator Whitten.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I've got some questions about Project Energy Connect.
Mm-hmm.
The Transgrid media release from 28th of September 21 says that the federal government gave financial backing to the upgrading of a section of Project Energy Connect between Dinawan and Wagga Wagga from 330 kilovolts to 500 kilovolts. In the press release, the Executive Manager of Delivery for Transgrid, Craig Stallen, said, "We are grateful for the support of the federal government for backing this upgrade." Can you please describe what form of financial support it was that the federal government gave for this project?
In 2021, Senator?
Well, that's when the announcement was made, so
okay.
I don't know when you...
So that would be a question probably for the department, I think, Senator, rather than for us.
Okay.
Only that we don't have any role in that. If there was an agreement with the government, it would have been with the government.
So you don't know if it was a loan or a grant or a...
I'm assuming it would have been some form of underwriting, but I think it's a question for the department.
Okay. All right, I'll skip those questions. Do you know anything about the terms of the agreement that were required for Transgrid to seek regulatory approval for the additional spend?
Was this for the regulatory approval by us as the regulator, or as part of the deal you were talking about before?
I'm assuming it was the additional spend by Transgrid.
I'm just trying to... okay, but for the upgrading from 330 to 500 kV, I think we'll have to take it on notice, Senator. Sorry, it was 5 years ago and I'm just not sure I
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm happy for you to take it on notice. Okay.
Mr Taylor probably knows he was one of the two simultaneous energy ministers at the time with Mr Morrison.
You don't give up, do you, Minister?
Well, it was just a crook arrangement. I don't forget that kind of sort
seriously?
of conspiracy, perversion of the Westminster principles. I don't forget that.
All right, Senator Whitten has the call.
Thank you, Chair.
Can't run from your record.
Sorry?
Senator Whitten, please ignore that. Continue with your questions.
I'm all ears.
Is there any chance we get a copy of the commercial agreements between the government and Transgrid that underwrote the upgrade for the project Energy Connect from Dinawan to Wagga Wagga, as well as the Powering Tomorrow Together project?
So that is a similar question to the first one, Senator, where that would be a question for the government rather than the independent regulator.
Can we?
Give me the question again, Senator.
Sorry?
I said give me the question again and I'll see if I can help you.
Could we have copies of the commercial agreements between the government and Transgrid that underwrote the upgrade for the project Energy Connect between Dinawan and Wagga Wagga, as well as the Powering Tomorrow Together project?
Well, we'll take that on notice. I'm not sure whether we can provide that or not.
The AER is currently considering a reopener for Project Energy Connect transmission project, which blew out an anticipated cost from around 2.3 billion to 4.1 billion, with around 3.3 billion of that being Transgrid's part in New South Wales. However, a section of the transmission line between Dinawan and Wagga Wagga was actually uprated from 330 to 500 kilovolts outside of the regulatory process. That is, after the contingent project application was completed and approved. The reopener is now being considered, excludes increases in the project Energy Connect costs that were due to this uprate because they're now considered part of VNI West. Is that correct?
Now I understand what you're asking about. Sorry, I was trying to work out what it was. So my understanding, I think, of what you were originally asking about, it's still a question for the government about the underwriting arrangement. That upgrade of the line that became part of VNI West, that's part of the stage 1 VNI West works that I was referring to Senator Henderson before when I said we'd approved $900 and something million. That was part of the VNI West project, not part of the Project Energy Connect project. It does connect VNI West, Project Energy Connect, Hume Link and the South West Res, so it sort of provides benefits to each of those projects, but it is within the VNI West project. Project Energy Connect, we do have a reopener currently in front of us from Transgrid, so they've come to us and said we'd like to reopen our previous regulatory decision on the cost of this project, and we think that the reason why you should allow us to do that is because we've had an event occur, which was the failure of their contractor, which was a company called Clough, and that they had to essentially appoint a new contractor to complete the project, and they think that we should allow consideration of the additional $1.1 billion worth of expenditure. We've put that out for consultation so far. We're currently assessing it. There are a number of legal hurdles that sit within the legislation that we need to consider. There's actually 8, I think, different provisions within the legislation that we need to consider before we could even decide to reopen that decision. And if we were to decide to reopen that decision, we'd obviously need to look at the prudency and efficiency of that $1.1 billion additional spend.
Thank you. I note that on figure 9 on page 28 of Transgrid's reopener request, they actually specify that $276 million is the amount of the total cost increase that they are not seeking returned in this process because it's accounted for elsewhere. And on page 7 of attachment 7, the CapEx methodology, table 2, they say that $276 million is approved by the AER as part of the contingent project application for VNI West. But on page 11 of the AER document, determination, for the contingent project for VNI West Stage 1, the Project Energy Connect enhancement that the AER approved there was for $309.7 million. If Transgrid has already been awarded a $309 million for a section that they're claiming only requires $276 million in their Project Energy Connect reopener, won't they be overcompensated under the proposed reopener to the tune of about $35 million?
Given I don't have the benefit of those different documents in front of me, Senator, I'll take that one on notice.
Thank you. Can you explain why it's in the consumer's interest for transmission companies to change the scope of projects and spend more money than they have regulatory approval for?
So the way the rules operate, Senator, is if a business incurs, well, essentially when they come to us for approval, either through a contingent project application, which Senator Henderson was asking about before, or through part of their 5-year regulatory determination, we look at the scope of the project in that through that assessment. We look at the prudency of it. We look at the efficiency of what's proposed. We look at whether, how much of it might have been tendered out through contestable arrangements. We look at benchmarking across other similar projects, et cetera, to come up with what we think is the prudent and efficient amount. That may be different to the amount that the business has requested, and often it can be lower than what the business has requested. If they then go and do the project and they end up spending more than what they had intended to spend or what they've been approved to spend, the way the National Electricity Law and the National Electricity Rules operate is they can come to us, at the end of the regulatory period. So they carry the financing costs of that overspend through the course of that period. And they can come to us, and if they've overspent their total capital budget, they are subject to a 30% penalty. They're also subject to us then assessing that overspend for its prudency and efficiency again via what's called an ex post review. And in that ex post review, we assess whether or not that expenditure was necessary to deliver the project. And if we think it was, then it can be rolled into the capital base at that point, but less the 30% penalty. If not, they lose 100% of the overspend. So that's the way the law and the rules currently operate.
Okay. I know that when underwriting support was announced on the 20th of September 2021, it was $181 million. I've asked to find out what the terms of this underwriting was, but if this update has ended, costing nearly $100 million more than the federal government was offering to underwrite, why would the regulator be happy to pass on those costs to consumers?
So as I previously suggested, we don't have any information about the underwriting agreement, and I will need to look at the numbers that you suggested before, or you read to me before, because I don't have the material in front of me. So I just at the moment can't verify all the different numbers that you've read out, so I just need to sit down and reconcile them.
Does this kind of thing happen often when transmission companies just decide to change the scope of a project without any regulatory approval, with a nod of government, and then pass the full costs along to consumers later on, which might be far higher than was initially expected or underwritten by governments?
As I just set out before, the way the National Electricity Rules work is there's actually a very clear and structured framework for how these things happen. So there's a scope of the project which is determined initially through the selection of credible options. There's a regulatory investment test that then looks at the preferred option for delivering that project. There's then either a contingent project application process, or there is a process through the 5-year regulatory determination to determine the prudent and efficient costs for delivering that option. Then the project proceeds. In the event that there is an overspend, that is revisited if the total capital budget is overspent through an ex post review. So they don't get to just go and change the scope of the project. It has to come back through that regulated process that's set out in the law and the rules.
Okay. It's clear from the determination on the VNI West Stage 1 early works contingent project application that you approved over $300 million of capital that was actually part of Project Energy Connect, and also $131 million for a substation at Googa, which was actually part of HumeLink. That's well over $400 million for upgrades and equipment that is actually not within the scope of VNI West, which is or was meant to end at Dinawan at the time of that decision. And according to the executive summary, that was all judged to be reasonable on the assumption that VNI West total costs were about $3.963 billion. The latest integrated system plan for VNI West are now estimated $7.6 billion, including these upgrades, taking place far beyond the original scope. How can we have confidence that these upgrades are actually in consumers' interests when the numbers that were used at the time of the decision were so clearly unrealistic?
So I think there's a few different elements in that question. The question that relates to the upgrade of the substation and the at Dinawan, it relates to a number of projects. So it relates to VNI West, it relates to Project Energy Connect, it relates to HumeLink, and it relates to the South West thing. So it's attached to a number of different projects. It was approved, that element of the project was approved through the V&I West Stage 1 works, which we were just discussing before. Separately to that, I think the second part of your question was talking more about confidence in the regulatory process and the processes that apply. They are all set out in the electricity law and the rules. Part of, there's quite a number of stages that go through the approval process, right from, the initial project conception, which can be through the integrated system plan or through transmission annual planning reports, then through, the RIT-T, Regulatory Investment Test for Transmission, through to contingent project applications, 5-year revenue determinations, and then ex-post reviews. So these are not without significant scrutiny.
Is the taxpayer getting value for money?
From what, Senator?
Sorry?
From us or from the project, Senator?
There's some very big numbers here.
So all of the projects that you've described have to go through a cost-benefit assessment, and at several stages. So the Australian Energy Market Operator does a cost-benefit assessment through its optimal development pathway, which is in the integrated system plan. There's further cost-benefit assessment work done through the regulatory investment test for transmission. As a project comes to us as a contingent project application, it goes back through a feedback loop, which goes back through the integrated system plan to make sure that at whatever revised costs the project then has, if it's gone up through that period of time, that it still stacks up. And then there's a prudency test for us in an ex-post review. So there's quite a lot of checks and balances. I mean, our number one purpose in life is to make sure energy consumers are better off now and in the future. That's what I tell everybody who works in the AER to think about every single day. So from our perspective, we're not here to, make sure projects get up. We're here to make sure that consumers don't pay too much for them.
Yeah. I'd like to think Synergy aren't getting any more money than they're entitled to, given they're not Australian-owned.
Well, they'd be regulated by the Economic Regulatory Authority in WA, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening. The AER released its final default market offer on the 26th of May today.
It's been a long day, Senator.
Sorry?
It's been a long day.
Thank you. I have a question about the changes made to the document since the AER released its draft determination on the 19th of March 2026. The AER draft determination on page 51 states, the reduction in prices and volatility has been driven by increased output from wind and battery generators, which, along with fewer coal plant outages, has reduced reliance on gas and hydro capacity during evening demand peaks. However, the final determination released today has been changed to remove that statement that coal plants had contributed to the reduction in prices and volatility. Can I ask you, who made the decision to remove the reference to coal plants from the final determination, and why was it removed?
I don't think I know the answer to that, Senator. Is there a decision to remove those words?
Oh, I don't think it was a conscious choice about should we include it or not. We write up each decision on the information at the time, so...
It wouldn't have been the draft decision edited, it would have been a fresh write, is the point.
Yes. It would have been a fresh write.
Yeah, as in, it's not like we take the draft decision and edit it, we actually put the draft decision to bed and then we write the final decision.
Okay. So when the new decision was written, is it because the AER believes that fuel coal plant outages, you no longer believe that, given the statement was in the draft, and that you don't think that fuel coal plant outages contributed to lower prices and reduced volatility?
Probably what has changed between the draft and the final is we've got the results of the Q1 this calendar year, so January to March. We didn't have the full set of results at the time we did the draft decision. What we know about Q1 this year, so Q1 2026, say compared to Q1 2025, is that we actually had significantly more coal outages in Q1 2026 than we did in Q1 2025. And so from that perspective, that may have been, contributed to the staff analysis on that point.
Oh, okay. So perhaps on notice you could provide that data between the two quarters.
Sure.
And I'll take a look at that myself. Because
I think I might have it here if you wanted me to go into it.
I think the Chair would prefer that you didn't.
Okay.
And I think that would be better to table the.
Yeah.
If you've got the paper here, we could perhaps copy it now. Okay, so there was no direction to remove the reference to coal. Nobody asked you to remove the reference to coal?
No.
Okay. Okay, so there's new modelling or analysis that's led to this change, is what you're telling me?
So what I'd say is by the time we go to the final decision, we've got data then for obviously January, February, March, April, and a little, well, not really much of May, but April for this year. We also then can compare it to previous quarters. So, for example, I think when you look at the changes, so when compared to the same quarter last year, the overall average capacity of coal outages, which includes unplanned, planned and economic withholding, increased by 467 megawatts, so 23%. And the majority of that actually came from Queensland, so 463 megawatts of that was from Queensland. So I think when you start to look at that analysis, and particularly then in the context of the previous 2 or 3 quarters, the things that influence the default market offer are what happens in future markets, so the contracts that generators and retailers enter into with each other for electricity supply for 26-27. The things that influence the prices at which they're willing to contract with each other tends to be influenced very heavily by the current year's spot market outcomes. And so we will have had a lot more outcomes from that January, February, March, April at the time that we wrote the final decision than what we did at the draft decision. So I would assume, but I don't know, that the team have omitted coal outages and coal plant performance because we saw a deterioration in the first quarter this year.
Okay. I only heard Queensland save the day. That was the only thing.
No, I said the opposite.
Then that's why I couldn't understand what you were saying. It just didn't make sense to me. So that you had the minister's office wasn't involved, or the minister wasn't involved in changing that language?
Absolutely not, Senator.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just take you through a couple of the things? I appreciate you've covered some of this ground in relation to the default market offer, but could you just take us through, I guess, what that default market offer indicates by way of results and what this will mean for households and prices?
Sure. So I should be able to do that given I've been talking about it all day. But essentially we've seen for default market offer customers, so there's only 8% of residential customers and 15% of small business customers who are on standing offer contracts, which is the default market offer. We've seen residential customers have reductions between 1.1% and 10.7%, and small business customers between 6.8% reductions and 20.9% reductions. There are some standing offer customers in South Australia, though, who are on flat rate retail tariffs. You will see a modest increase of 1.4%.
Can you just step us through how the solar share offer will work?
So the solar share offer is a new offer that was part of the government's reforms of the default market offer. The way it will work is that there will be free power between 11 and 2 p.m. in New South Wales and Queensland, southeast Queensland, and between 12 and 3 p.m. in South Australia. The offer has been structured like the time of use default market offer. So we'll have the same sort of average annual bill if you assume the same level of consumption and the same profile of consumption, but with slightly higher prices in the other non-free periods to recover that same total cost. So if a customer is able to shift their demand from another time of the day into the middle free period, they should be better off.
Okay. Look, it's a subject of many reports, but your latest wholesale market quarterly report, you talked about the role of coal outages on electricity prices. Are you able to elaborate on the link between those two?
Yeah, look, I think for the AER, we've been talking for quite some time in our wholesale electricity market performance report about the role of coal and its impact on all the reliability and pricing in the market. And when we look at the events, I guess, and I think about electricity prices, and I'm talking about wholesale electricity prices here, in before 2022, the crisis of 2022, and then post-2022. So before 2022 and before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we had relatively low coal prices. So back in 2020, we probably had a coal price of $50 to $70 a tonne. The coal price today is more like $160 or $170 a tonne. During the crisis, it was more like $450 a tonne. So what we saw through the middle of 2022, and it's very different to what we're seeing now with the conflict in Iran, was we saw not only really dramatic increases in coal and gas prices globally, but poor supply conditions locally. So we'd had a lot of flooding, and Senator McDonald would probably remember this in early 2022, which led to a lot of wet coal mines, particularly in Queensland and New South Wales, which impacted our domestic mining here in Australia. We saw some very high water storage levels in Snowy Hydro and in the water scheme there, which meant that there was limited spillage that could be done through the Snowy Hydro system. So we had what was sort of called, I'd call an energy crunch through 2022, which significantly drove up not just spot prices, but those forward price contracts for electricity. And then post-2022, we saw the coal market interventions where there was a cap in New South Wales and Queensland on the price of coal. There was a cap on the price of gas. That started to bring down those average energy prices. Since 2023-24, we've seen prices in 2020, last year, the last 24-25, increase a little bit. And some of that was driven by very high price events. So rather than being the price of fuel, it was about the reliability of plant and the bidding behaviour of coal plants. So what we were seeing there is a real reduction in the low-priced offers we used to get from coal plant, a significant increase in the number of high-price offers, so above $5,000 a megawatt hour. And then when we would see a supply disruption within the market, some rebidding by coal plants to very high prices on commercial reasons. So there's both a price-driven element and a reliability-driven element. It then also flows through those outcomes in the spot market. When you see that volatility, it flows through to contract markets, and the willingness of coal-fired generators to supply contracts has reduced because of their increased unreliability. And because there's a reduction in the supply of contracts, the price of those contracts has gone up, and those contracts flow through to retail prices. So it's not a simple story, but there's lots of pieces to it. But there is still obviously a significant impact. Coal still sets price 40% of the time in our wholesale electricity market.
In light of the various elements of what you've just outlined, what's the role of new investment in generation and in storage in terms of mitigating some of those issues you've identified with coal?
So look, I think very much what we're seeing at the moment is a lot of new investment in batteries, and batteries are very good at displacing the need for gas-fired generation. I don't think batteries are yet at a place where they will displace the need for coal-fired generation because of the shorter duration storage capability. We will need to see, obviously, further investment in wind and solar and batteries and pumped hydro and gas-fired generators if we're to see the replacement of coal-fired generation. But the really significant impact we've seen in the market over the last 12 months has been that solar and battery story. So a lot more batteries in the system. They are now bidding generally at lower prices than the gas price, whereas 12 months ago they were probably bidding above the gas price. Now they're bidding below the gas price. And so we have seen that displace more expensive gas and hydro capacity from the market at those peak period times. And that's some of the commentary that we referred to, that Senator McDonald referred to in the DMO decision today. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Senator Henson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to follow up on the questions that I was asking before. Consumers are paying a very significant price for these massive transmission projects. Why are these costs being passed on to consumers?
So at the moment, transmission is probably about 10% of a retail bill in total. So that's not just for those projects you were talking about before, but for all transmission projects. So the entire Transgrid system, the entire AusNet system, the entire Powerlink system, the entire Electronet system, the entire TasNetwork system. And then a very small part of that 10% is some of the integrated system plan projects you referred to. Your question about why customers are paying for them is a question that's a function of the way the law works. So at the moment, if there is expenditure in the electricity system for the benefit of consumers, it's paid for by consumers.
So this clawback is cumulative, of course, and it mounts because on estimates, it's not just $600 per household. And I've seen some estimates. We're looking at costs of around $10,000 for an average business. So these clawbacks are causing enormous and will cause enormous economic hardship for both households and businesses.
Those numbers seem really unusual to me, Senator, because, as I said, transmission is about 10% of a bill, and I'll ask Ms Jolly just to double check that. But when you look at what a standard residential bill is at the moment, in New South Wales, a residential bill is probably about $2,000 in the Ausgrid region. So if it was 10% of $2,000 a year, it would be $200, is that right? My maths
well,
is
I'm
terrible.
asking,
yeah.
and that's why we've sought the
But I'm
detail.
saying that would be for the
these
entire
are-
Transgrid network, not just for those new projects. So
Sure, no, I'm talking
I
about
don't think
the-
it could be anything like $600.
No, I'm not talking about the new projects. I'm talking about all of the transmission.
But some of that
costs
transmission was
layered.
built to go to Liddell Power Station or, the Vales Point Power Station or Mount Piper Power Station. This is a system that's been in place for decades. And my understanding is, I just can't see where
consumers have never been, or we've got these massive multi-billion-dollar transmission projects, poles and wires being rolled out across the country. And so consumers have never been hit with these massive costs in such a limited space of time before.
I guess the point I'm trying to make, Senator, is in the context of a bill, it is not anything like the $600 figure you just quoted. And that at the moment transmission is about 10% of a final retail bill, and a final retail bill in New South Wales is about $2,000 to $2,500.
All right, well, I would welcome the further information in relation to the breakdown as I sought earlier. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms Savage, and your team for being here and the evidence you've given. You're invited to go with the committee's thanks and the questions you've taken on notice, if you'll respond to.
Thank you very much, and we'll respond to these questions.
All right. Next up, we have the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. Welcome. Mr Learmonth, I understand that this will be your last estimates before us, and that you've been in your role now for far longer than I've been in mine, but have been the veteran of many estimates and certainly a servant of the organisation that you're the CEO of for a very long time now. I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge that you will have, I'm sure, the joy of not having to appear before us again in your future, but for the work you do, you go with the committee's thanks.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you have an opening statement?
I do have an opening statement.
Okay. In light of the time, I would simply encourage you, in spite of what I've said, to be as brief as possible, but please.
Okay, all right. I'll fly through it. But as you say, I've been the CEO of the CEFC for just over 9 years, and as my last estimates, I wanted to take the opportunity to offer a few highlights to demonstrate how successfully the organisation has been in delivering for taxpayers. In the 9 months to 31 March this year, we've made a record $6.4 billion in new investment commitments across 34 transactions, unlocking some $12.5 billion in total transaction value. These projects spanned renewable energy, transmission, transport, natural capital infrastructure, property and household electrification on a scale unmatched in any previous reporting period. We made our largest single ever investment over this time, an estimated $3.8 billion through the Rewiring the Nation Fund for Marinus Link, the nation building project which will modernise the grid and connect, of course, Tasmania to Victoria. We broke the 2025 wind drought with $247 million in senior debt commitments, enabling 3 new wind farms to commence construction. Loans through our Household Energy Upgrade Fund surged 158% over that period, with more than 4,100 loans and 10,000 technology installations completed since the HOOF, as it's known, was launched. Our lifetime numbers are also equally impressive. Since inception, the CFC has made cumulatively $24.2 billion in investment commitments, and with the leverage that we have with private sector capital, supported $97 billion in total investment. The results reflect momentum, strong, measurable, economy-wide in Australia's race to net zero. Our numbers are not the whole story. The CFC is an organisation with a unique public policy purpose, and so the impact of our investing is also of critical importance. Since the CFC was established, and certainly in my time at the helm, Australia's clean energy transition has proceeded in fits and starts. This uneven progress reflects a range of factors, including COVID, changing attitudes to climate and energy in Australia, fuel shocks and geopolitical issues beyond our shore. As a specialist clean energy investor at the centre of the nation's transition, we are well placed to describe the impact of these factors on investor sentiment, to identify the best financial solutions and prime sources of capital. Australia is in a global competition for this capital, and if we lose international investors, they will find a home elsewhere, and luring them back will take time and cost more. The scale of Australia's energy transition is significant, and it will not be delivered by public or private capital alone. It requires both, working in ways that reinforce each other. By doing this, Australia can build an energy system that is more reliable, cheaper for consumers, secure against global shocks, fit for a 21st century economy and its energy demands, and delivers on our country's decarbonisation goals. The CFC has the mandate, the public capital, the track record and the vision to deliver such a system. By redoubling its efforts in these next critical years to 2030, Australia can build on recent momentum and position itself at the front of the international queue for capital. Only then can we afford the energy system and decarbonised economy that Australians want and deserve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now open to questions. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Apologies, we're running a bit behind time. I'd like to ask you about the Rewiring the Nation program. So can I just start by asking how many projects the CEFC is currently financing?
We've committed to 7 projects so far, Senator, since inception.
And what are they, sorry?
Maybe just to run through them briefly. V&I West, the New South Wales side of that. HumeLink, which is a transgrid project. Central West Orana, a financing related to Central West Orana with New South Wales Energy Co, which funded the biodiversity offsets and land. So it's a $490 million financing to Energy Co. Marinus Link, of course, as mentioned, a commitment to the transmission related to Marinus Link, which is a financing to Tas Networks, referred to as the North West Transmission Development, NWTD, and we've made a commitment for projects in the Northern Territory.
And what are those projects called?
Well, at the moment we've committed to an envelope of $250 million, but those. So that is a sort of a commitment to a framework. The actual projects and deployment of capital in the NT is yet to happen. We're waiting on those projects.
All right, maybe you could provide the details on notice for those
happy
projects.
to, but they haven't yet landed yet in the NT.
Well, provide us what you can would be terrific.
Certainly will.
What's the quantum of the funding that has gone from the special account to proponents to date?
To proponents, well, we've committed $7.6 billion across the projects I mentioned, and we've deployed something like $1.6 billion. $1.8 billion.
That's
Could you
just for Rewiring the Nation?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what is the projection for the deployment of the full 7.6 billion?
For the balance of that, it will take place over the next really 4 or 5 years, Senator. Projects like, Marinus, will not due to be commissioned till say 2030, 2031. So it will be fairly consistent deployment over the coming 4 or 5 years.
Okay, can I just ask, how does the department brief the minister on the status of these projects? Is there some sort of dashboard or update that goes to the minister on a monthly basis? How do you report through?
Yeah, we report regularly to both the department and the minister's office on all the transactions and commitments that we enter into, and provide updates on these projects from time to time and their deployment.
And is there a document name? Is there a regular report that you provide? Can you describe what that is?
Yeah, were you just after sort of dollar amounts of projects as they close, or were you after
dollar amounts, progress, meeting milestones,
Okay.
any other tangible information about the projects, any delays?
Yeah, so we would regularly report up dollar amounts and of projects as they're moving to close.
Is it like a dashboard type of document? Can you just describe how you report the nature of the document?
What we would do is we give a breakdown of the CFC's investments by fund and funding program to the minister on a quarterly basis.
Okay, what's the name of that report?
Quarterly update.
Okay,
Yep.
could we possibly have copies of those reports for the last?
There would be some projects which would be redacted because they're commercial in confidence. They're unannounced. They have, it's up to the minister to determine sometimes when things are announced. It's up to counterparties sometimes to determine when things are announced. It's not necessarily within the CFC's remit to make the decision as to when they are publicly announced.
If you could provide that document, and
We will
if there's
see what we
commercially
can
sensitive
provide,
information,
yep.
then obviously you'll seek your own counsel in terms of those matters. But if you could provide each quarterly report for the last
Certainly.
12 months, we'd be most grateful.
We could do that, Senator, and we also report
This is
all of them.
This is Senate estimates, so whatever the government's plans are with announcements, we're obviously just interested in.
Yeah, it's more like
what's happening with the agency, the operations, the expenditure.
Yep, Senator. It's more like, for example, if we were lending to an ASX-listed company and they had duties to disclose to the market, we would not be necessarily determining when they made that announcement to the market that they were borrowing for.
I do understand the
There's a lot of commercial
matters, so if you can consider those. If anything needs to be redacted, then that is open to you to do so, but obviously only where there's proper grounds to do so.
Absolutely. And also, Senator, we report annually in the annual report publicly, and
All right,
I can direct you to
we obviously don't need to ask for that, but if we could get the last 4 quarterly reports.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can I, just going back to the projects themselves, the 2024 ISP forecasts that an estimated 4,581 kilometres of new transmission lines are needed to meet Australia's 2030 targets. How many kilometres of government-funded transmission lines have been built to date?
That's something, Minister, that we wouldn't necessarily track because, we're doing the projects that we're involved in, but not every kilometre of transmission is a project that may relate to the CFC.
I understand that.
Rewiring.
But are you able to provide us with that
I
information?
think AEMO would probably be the best. We can see what we can find on notice for you.
How many kilometres of power lines is the CEFC funding?
That we would also have to come back to you on notice. We haven't, we look at these as particular projects and the cost of those projects. We, in terms of the actual kilometres, we'd have to come back to you.
If you could run those calculations and provide that information, please.
Yes, certainly.
That would be great. So I just want to ask about a couple of projects specifically. How much has been invested in HumeLink by the Commonwealth? Now, we mentioned that before briefly. Could you just provide a more detailed figure on the CEFC's investment?
The original commitment that we made in December 24 was a combination of, we provided both senior debt and a subordinated invested in a subordinated note instrument, which was in total in the order of about 2.075 billion, and that was a financing to Transgrid. So it wasn't the financing of HumeLink isn't a project financing limited to the recovery of the revenue associated with HumeLink. It was actually a financing to Transgrid itself.
Okay, and has that changed since December 24?
No, the commitment hasn't changed.
And how much of that has been expended?
I'd have to,
we might need to take that one on notice.
Yeah, a significant amount of that, but we'll...
So IEMO's 24 ISP noted the northern part of the project would be completed by July 26. Is that still the case?
I am not sure whether that is it is completed at this stage. We may have to cover that. I mean, I guess it's...
this is a very big project.
It is a very big...
projects. I would have thought you would know if it's been completed, if it's running behind schedule. Are there any budget overruns? So can you provide us with any information along those lines?
Yeah, I don't know exactly at what stage the northern stage is at.
Any budget overruns?
Not that I'm aware of at this stage.
What about the southern part of the project? That was due to be completed by December 26.
Well, it's not completed yet, and I would have to come back to you on exactly what the latest expected completion date is from Transgrid. I don't know if we've got that on any of our materials.
I mean, obviously, if you've got budget overruns and a project is running behind, given your very substantial investment, these are very material issues for a project as big as HumeLink. Can anyone else at the table assist?
Just while they're looking, they are, Senator, remember also this is a corporate financing effectively to Transgrid. So if they're over by 3 months, 6 months, the obligation is still an obligation to repay the CFC by Transgrid, which is, has a regulated asset. It's well in excess of HumeLink.
Yes, and I appreciate that, but I would have thought there'd be pretty tight reporting requirements with
There
Transgrid.
is very tight reporting requirements.
So,
it's just a question of whether we've got them at hand.
Okay, all right. Well, you might hunt for those while I ask you a few other quick questions. So IEMO stated 500 kilowatts of transmission infrastructure would be delivered through this project. So how much in kV has been delivered to date?
Again, are you talking about HumeLink itself?
HumeLink, that's right.
It's. I guess it's a bit of like the question of exactly where it's at in terms of kilometres. We'll have to come back to you on that.
Right. So and I'm talking about the kilovolts. Do you know? Are you able to give me any?
It wouldn't be energised yet.
Right.
So it's still.
So it's still that's
it's
not the measure.
Completed.
Okay. What about Project Energy Connect? So can you provide details of that project?
Project Energy Connect is completed, I believe, has completed construction. And that was
well, it was due for
in
in-service completion by May 2026, actually.
Yeah, I believe
So has that milestone been reached?
Double check that.
Just while we're looking at that, the Project Energy Connect was financed by the CFC outside rewiring the nation. It was done in our general portfolio before we received those monies. Again, it was another corporate financing for Transgrid itself, using senior debt and subordinated notes. In terms of its status, obviously the South Australian side's complete. The New South Wales side is the one that's still, which is what the AER were referring to in terms of seeking an increase.
And is that running behind schedule?
I believe so.
How much behind
Yes.
schedule?
We'd have to come back to you with the details of that, and that's because of the failure of the contractor, Clough.
And what about any associated budget overruns?
Yes, they're seeking an increase from the AER in the order of in excess of 1.1 billion. So, yes, it's overrun substantially.
And I mean, that's obviously a pretty significant concern. You're financing these projects thinking they're going to be delivered at a certain cost, and then you see these very significant blowouts.
It is, Senator. Like all these projects, of course, have challenges with costs, and this Project Energy Connect is no different. But I guess where we commercially would look at that is that they're seeking an increase from the AER, which will increase their regulated asset base, which means they'll get revenue related to the increase component, assuming that it goes through the regulatory checks and the rigour of the AER, and therefore Transgrid would have the revenues to help them meet the financing charges of our funding.
I'm just having a look at the network projects in the 2024 ISP Optimal Development Path, which so this is from IEMO. Now that makes, and just going back to HumeLink, it's very clear that the northern part was due for completion, or is due for completion, in July 26, the southern in December 26. So again, I'm just raising concerns that you don't have any additional information to confirm to our committee whether that project is on track.
Senator, one thing we might need to make clear is that in terms of CEFC's exposure to those projects, because it's a corporate financing, we're not actually exposed to the risk of any overruns other than the impact it might have on Transgrid itself if they were to not recover that money from consumers ultimately through the regulated asset base. So from CEFC's perspective, we did not increase our commitment to them in relation to the cost overruns. We had a fixed amount, we stayed within that amount.
No, I appreciate that your commitment isn't changing, but potentially the project in which you're investing is becoming more uncertain, it's becoming more costly, that potentially has clearly an impact overall in terms of perhaps the ongoing viability of the project. These are important considerations when you see these cost blowouts.
We absolutely share your concerns in terms of the cost of the project and what that means for consumers, but from a pure credit perspective, it's not a project financing, it's a corporate financing, and so the project itself doesn't determine us getting repaid.
Can I ask about the Western Renewables link to date?
Yes.
How much has been invested in?
We haven't made any advanced any money as yet to the Western Renewables link. It is certainly a project that's in our pipeline.
And what's the commitment that you've made?
We haven't made a commitment on WRL at this stage.
Right. So, but it is one that you are intending to make.
We are looking very closely at that transaction. Yes.
And what's the cost of financing, or what sort of financing are you considering?
It's not something I guess that's still subject to commercial in confidence, Senator. We're still working with VicGrid and the relevant Victorian counterparties around that project. So we can't. It's too early for us to determine that.
I mean, that's a very controversial project, which I know very well. Is that going to be above ground or is that going to be underground?
As I understand it, was going to be above ground, but as I say, we haven't committed to that project as yet.
And that's also had a very significant blowout as well in costs, given what the original projected cost was.
Well, that's all very public, that information.
That's right, that's publicly known. What about, what's your rate of return for your investment in these renewable projects?
They vary, Senator, depending on which particular projects. In some cases, they are well above the government's 5-year bond rate. So if you look at the Rewiring the Nation money or the funding, it has a targeted return to recover the costs of implementing this particular project or initiative. However, each of the 7 projects that I outlined all have different interest rates depending upon the nature of those particular projects. In some cases, there are letters of intent agreed between the minister and various and the respective state energy ministers about particular projects that prescribe interest rates or return rates in relation to particular projects. So, but in total, it's an interest rate, as I say, varies across these different projects depending on which ones that you might point to.
All right. Well, can you just give just an example?
We haven't
of the interest
publicly
rates?
released.
I mean, my understanding is that they're below market.
In many cases they are,
Yeah.
that's correct. And in some cases they are at or around market. For example, with the transgrid financing, there are, senior debt, some of our subordinated or hybrid note investments with transgrid reflect market rates. In many other cases, the Rewiring the Nation loans are concessional, and the reason they're below
concessional, what sort of interest rates are we talking?
Oh, well, they might be, 1 or 2% below market rates, for example. I'm just picking that as an example for you. But when you look at these very large amounts for very long periods of time, it means that that's a very significant component of concessionality that's passed from the CEFC into the project. Now, the reason we do that is to reduce the cost to consumers of the network charges that are going on to their bills, that, as you were discussing with the AER. And that's really one of the key policy drivers of Rewiring the Nation, is providing low-cost, long-dated debt to these projects to soften the cost, reduce the cost to electricity consumers.
Okay, I'm going to quickly move to a few other questions about your special account. Page 23 of the department's portfolio budget statement shows an unprecedented $4.335 billion drawdown from the CEFC special account for 26-27. So that's up from an estimated actual of $410 million last year. What's the specific reason for this additional $3.9 billion allocation?
They would relate to the big Rewiring the Nation projects, but Andrew, my CFO, will help you there.
Yeah, it is absolutely in relation to Rewiring the Nation, the large increase. But that
is that because of the budget blowouts?
No, that is just where the projects are in their life cycle, because whilst we've entered 7 transactions now, we haven't funded a whole lot of that. I think we gave you the number earlier, around 1.5 billion.
So of the total, they reach legal close first for an amount that we commit to, and then the borrower draws amounts down for stages in the projects.
Progressively as they meet milestones.
Okay. So the money doesn't necessarily move on day one of an investment contract.
It's delivered in tranches.
Correct.
So of the $4.335 billion drawdown, all of that is going to Rewiring the Nation?
No, that's actually the total for all of the different funds. So I'm just looking, you're on page 200 and, sorry, you did have a number. What page of the budget were you on?
So page 23 of the PBS.
PBS. So I think of that, about $3.1 billion would be RTN, 3125. There's about 925 million that is for general portfolio. And then there's additional funds for PADF and HUF make up the balance, the Powering Australia Technology Fund and the Housing Energy Upgrade Fund.
Okay, fantastic. Look, thank you very much for your time this evening, Chair. No further questions.
Senator, I did, just to come back to you on Project Energy Connect, we're advised that Transgrid announced that had completed the construction of the towers and poles and wires, if you like, at 31 March. It was expected to be energised towards the end of this calendar year.
Okay, is that's stage 2?
I believe that is, yeah.
So that was due for in-service completion in May 26. Are you saying that in-service energised completion is now at the end of the year?
I would have to, it's latter half of 26. I don't know what
so
the precise
energised
date is.
means in service?
As in, yeah.
It's
so
functional.
They've finished constructing it, they test it, they make sure, you know, everything's working tickety-boo, and then we go energy later.
Okay, do you know the reasons for that delay? Because that looks like a 7-month delay.
It was delayed in construction, as was covered earlier, but then the testing, following completion of construction, the testing regime commences.
All right, well, I look forward to receiving the further information I've sought on notice. Thank you again, gentlemen. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Excuse the witnesses from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and welcome witnesses from the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. Sarah, we've got 38 minutes.
Round table.
We've got the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. And we have about 5 for each.
Yeah, okay. So have you got questions for the Commissioner? I've got a very poor index.
Sorry? All right. Welcome, Mr. Tony Marr, have I said that correctly?
That's correct.
Wonderful. Of the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. Did you wish to make an opening statement?
Chair, I'm loath to, but can I make it brief?
Yes, brief, please.
Thank you. Good evening, and I'd really like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear here today. I've been the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner now for 18 months. Took on this role because of my passion for supporting rural and regional communities working with industry and to make sure we get the best outcomes as possible as part of the current energy shift. My annual report for 2025 was recently tabled in Parliament. My overall assessment for this year is that the challenges are complex and they are deep. We had 205 new cases opened in this year. We had 155 in comparison for last year. In the last 18 months, I've recognise that Australia's ongoing energy transition is nationwide, it's long term, but it is happening at an increasing pace and will affect different regions differently. Inevitably, it comes with real disruption, uncertainty for communities. It brings a lot of new things to the landscape, and change of this magnitude is never going to be easy. It has been critical for me to listen and learn as much as possible. As a result, I've had over 440 discrete external engagements in the last year. I've sat at kitchen tables, country halls, cafes, offices, boardrooms, bowling clubs. At times it's been hard to hear some of the personal experiences, but I do acknowledge and thank those people for trusting me and giving me their valuable perspectives. Also thank industry and government for taking the time to explain issues and aspects to me. Chair, I've published a position statement on decommissioning public liability insurance and will soon publish a significant update on public liability insurance. The rationale here is to be a trusted source of information and address some of the dis and misinformation associated and the confusion associated with some of these issues. My agenda and intentions are clear, and that is to do what I can within my remit to improve the situation in terms of the energy transition for rural and regional communities. Unfortunately, there was no simple answer to this challenge. While I'm far from being an energy industry expert, my view after having hundreds of conversations and seeing both the impact and complexity and opportunities is that if anyone tells you there are simple solutions to this challenge, they don't understand what is going on. We need to make sure that we have planning assessments right. We need to review and assess things like setbacks, guidelines, regulations to make sure that they're moving in line with technology. We need to address practical issues such as public liability and decommissioning issues, as I alluded to. Chair, we should identify where communities, what they want, and we should make sure that we're listening and deliver long-lasting benefits. In closing, I just wanted to thank my small but dedicated team. Also like to thank the Department for their ongoing assistance and support. And I'd like to table this opening statement. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there for questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to move quickly. And again, apologies that we have kept you waiting. Appreciate that it is fairly late at night. Mr Murray, I wanted to ask about your letter to Mr Scully on the 15th of April of this year. You've really raised alarm bells about the rapid rollout of large-scale renewable energy projects across regional New South Wales, both within designated RES zones and perhaps, and as you say, outside the RESs as well. Are any of the projects to which you are referring federally funded?
Senator, I'm not sure whether I was referring to the general planning system in New South Wales, and I have had a number of meetings with Minister Scully and most recently with his office. So it was a robust letter. I wanted to be clear with him of the conversations that I have been having right across New South Wales. So yes, robust letter, highlighting some issues. I've since had a conversation with his office, and I am going to work collaboratively with the Minister and his department to address some of those issues that I've seen around understanding the planning system.
You say in this letter the sheer scale of concurrent developments, including transmission, solar, wind and battery storage in regions such as the Yass Valley, Upper Lachlan and Central West Orana regions, is placing unprecedented pressure on the community and entities such as councils. So on whom is this unprecedented pressure being placed? On the communities that you've alluded to.
So the reason I put that forward is because of the conversations that I've been having, and the solution, or one of the solutions, I think, Senator, is to have more oversight, more coordination, more collaboration. I think it is entirely possible. What the community is facing is the uncertainty around how many projects in a particular region, particular councils feeling overwhelmed that they don't really know who is overseeing all of these processes. Now, I understand the New South Wales government is putting in place measures to actually provide better coordination and better communication to the community, and I think that's needed.
So this is a pretty damning letter. You talk about the lack of action in relation to infrastructure and road damage, housing and essential services, social cohesion and mental health.
Yes.
So people are really suffering from these large-scale rollouts, unplanned, a lot of chaos, a lot of uncertainty for these communities. Have you raised your concerns with Minister Bowen at all?
I meet regularly with Minister Bowen and also the state energy and climate change ministers, and as I've alluded to, state planning ministers. Definitely see that as part of my remit. Senator, I think this is, as I said before, this is a large disruption, a large change, and change is never going to be easy. What I do think can assist...
Well, particularly when farmers might have their farms destroyed, when regional communities are torn in two.
Look, I have seen the division, but I do think that with a better coordination you know, this can be better, and the conversations that I've had give me enthusiasm and optimism that it can be improved. And that, again, I see it as my remit to try and help make that happen. It needs better coordination, better collaboration, and better communication to the community, because they're just not quite understanding the planning process and feeling a little bit overwhelmed in some cases. There are, and I had a conversation with someone from the Hay Council today, which Minister Bowen and I went to late last year. They're an example, Senator, of a community that is taking a proactive, on the front foot approach and shaping what it might look like for their community. They're a little bit unique in terms of the demographics and the landscape out at Hay, but it gives me encouragement for what can be done.
So in your letter, you urged the New South Wales Government to create a more coordinated and strategic planning approach to the delivery of large-scale renewables, but notwithstanding anything the New South Wales Government might do to address what you call systemic planning gaps, isn't there a role for the Commonwealth in mandating some baseline principles?
There are a range of principles and guidelines that industry has put in, that state governments has put in. I mean, the key fact here, I think,
I'm asking about the role of the Commonwealth. Shouldn't the Commonwealth be stepping up?
The Commonwealth, and I'm driving some of this around decommissioning and public liability, a national approach to those. So I'm actually doing that work as we speak. Of course, we recognise the jurisdiction of the states in terms of planning decisions. So, yes, there needs to be national approaches, but obviously the states have jurisdiction on whether projects go ahead or not.
Yeah, but the Commonwealth also plays a very big role. The Commonwealth is often the principal
not
funder.
In terms of approving projects.
No, not the planning. I'm talking about in terms of driving.
Yes,
these
for
projects.
things, as I say, for things like decommissioning, you know, public liability insurance, absolutely.
Renewable energy projects must align with the government's Future Made in Australia community benefit principles. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
So are the large-scale renewable energy projects in New South Wales, referenced in your letter, being delivered in line with the Future Made in Australia community benefit principles?
Look, I would say largely yes, but I think there is not a great and good enough understanding of those principles and how they're being aligned to, and you know, the communication with the community, I think, can be improved.
So can you please provide on notice where projects are not meeting
if that's the case, I definitely will.
Benefit principles? If you could just document that for us, please.
So you're saying if there's exceptions to that, or
where they're not meeting?
Where they're not meeting, if they are not meeting it, I'm happily
principles.
provide.
If you could just identify the project and where you have either raised concerns or where you have concerns that they are not in line with community benefit principles.
Sure.
Have you written to other state government ministers in similar terms about these issues, or is it just New South Wales?
I've certainly had conversations with most of the state ministers, and I've certainly raised the issue of things like setbacks. So, but specifically in New South Wales, given I had a number of visits to regions, I thought appropriate that I continue the engagement with Minister Scully.
And have you written to any other state or territory, either planning ministers or other ministers, in relation to any of your concerns?
Not as specific as I did in New South Wales, but I certainly have correspondence with state ministers around planning and setbacks, things like that.
All right. Could we have a copy on notice of that correspondence,
Sure.
perhaps since the 1st of July 2025, and any other, in terms of any meetings you've had with ministers since the 1st of July 2025, if we could just have any information about those meetings as well, any meeting notes or any other briefs in relation to those meetings.
Sure, I can definitely give you when I've met with them.
Yep. And any notes in relation to what was discussed in those meetings as well?
To be honest, I don't think I'll have a check about the notes, but definitely the dates and things. But if there are any specific notes taken or follow-ups, I'll provide those.
So look, I just want to quickly check with you though, on these community benefit principles, clearly there are a number of communities who are effectively in crisis. I've visited some of those communities myself, about the rapid rollout of renewables. Do these community benefit principles, in your view, need to be better enforced by the Commonwealth?
There are a range of different benefit guidelines and commitments. I think they're going in the right direction in terms of responding to community concerns. I think there has been, and this is a positive, right? The conversations that I've had with industry gives me confidence that there is a much better recognition and the benefits are going in the right direction.
So can I just give you an example?
Sure.
If there is a breach of a community benefit principle such that a community is betrayed
Yes.
in one or more ways, then should that not, for instance, be tied to Commonwealth funding? Why should Commonwealth funding flow to a project where there is a blatant breach of those principles?
So I think you'll find, and the department might be able to help me out here, but the capacity investment scheme, for example, requires social or community benefits to be outlined as part of the approval process. So my understanding would be if that's the funding you're talking about, then it would have to be.
Well, that may be one tranche. There may be other pockets of funding from the Commonwealth as well. I guess the thing that communities are so concerned about, why should these projects be funded if they are in breach of those important community protections? Do you believe that there should be some, meeting those principles? The funding should not flow unless they meet those principles.
Yeah, that's my sense. It's very helpful. The capacity investment scheme does have those requirements. Obviously, we don't fund every project, but the projects that have executed contracts are delivering $7.9 billion worth of First Nations and community benefits as part of their capacity investment scheme contracts. $1 billion to First Nation communities. Other announced project commitments include over $1.2 billion in shared community benefits, including community funding commitments, energy rebates for local communities, financial supports for biodiversity and revegetation projects, $35.5 billion on local content, including $650 million on local steel. So for those projects, the Commonwealth's funding, we do, as part of the capacity investment scheme contract, make them contractually commit to deliver those, but we obviously don't fund every renewable energy project.
No, I understand that. And there are other buckets of funding, Commonwealth funding as well?
Not for renewable energy projects, I don't think.
Well, what about the CEFC?
Oh, for the financing of transmission.
That's right.
Okay, yep, that's true.
I mean, that's another big bucket of money that we've just been discussing, billions of dollars. Mr Maher, can I just ask about what project is causing the most grief in New South Wales currently, based on your discussions and visits?
Senator, can I say the regions rather than the projects? Because within regions there are a number of projects specifically. So I would say in and around the Central West, New England and would be the two areas where I've spent the most time, because that's the feedback I get from the communities that there's the most concern. I have also, so they're the two reses, but also outside in the Yass Valley, I've spent a little bit of time out there too. That's outside a res, just to demonstrate the point around renewable energy zones and non-renewable energy zones. There's projects going in, and a number of projects in regions that are actually outside reses. So in New South Wales, they would be the regions. And
how would you describe the level of community anxiety or anger?
Look, Senator, to be really honest, it's mixed, and it is hard to get a gauge on. There is no doubt that it is just there's disruption and concern in some of these communities. Likewise, and I was in Dunedoo with a couple of energy proponents and 20 people from the community just last week, where I facilitated a forum. Now that demonstrated to me that there was concern, but there was also local businesses in that community, in that room, that were cognisant of the opportunities, and they wanted to understand what they were and how they could take advantage of those. So they were things, people like local merchandise providers and suppliers who could see the opportunity. So genuinely, it's mixed. There is no doubt there is concern. There is no doubt there's not a good enough understanding of what it means for that community, and that's why things like cumulative assessments and communication and timing of adequate information is really important.
Is it fair to say that some families, some communities are furious about the renewables rollout? There's some people in some communities that are, to use your words, furious and violently opposed to it. That being said... And that's ripping at the heart of these communities, isn't it? Well, look, again, I'll be frank, and I've seen some of these communities. What I find really disappointing is is definitely the division, but what I've seen in some communities is, in my mind, bullying because you hold a different view. And I think that's terribly unfortunate, because people in the community, and we hold different views on a whole range of things, but this issue is dividing some communities, and I think that can be addressed. And it's the behaviour on both sides, right? So people that are for and people that are against. But can I also suggest in Victoria, communities are being destroyed, and including by Victorian government representatives who are going in there to compulsorily acquire land where there are no rights of appeal. Families, farmers, communities right across large parts of Western Victoria are in crisis. They are distraught. And so what I have seen firsthand is the division where whole communities feel completely disenfranchised by a government that has stripped away even their basic rights of appeal. Now, they've lost any access to anyone hearing their genuine concerns. And that is horrifying, particularly for farming families. Yes, I've been in the same communities, and it is unpleasant. They're part of my role, and I'm not saying I'm some sort of saviour, but what I do is to go to those communities, and the feedback I've had just in the last couple of months in New South Wales and in Victoria, when I published my annual report, is that people do feel like they can talk to an independent organisation like myself, and I'm quite proud of that, to be honest, Senator. Well, I mean, you've mentioned mental health concerns, so you've seen that firsthand, the mental health impact. I've definitely had it relayed to me, the mental health issues, and I've taken phone calls from people that are under pressure. But Senator, depression. Are there other people who are suicidal? I mean, look, I couldn't say that, but let me say this: the pressure is coming from both sides, and I just want to reinforce that. The people that are in the community that might be ambivalent, might be supportive, and might be opposed, that conflict in the community is coming from all sides, and that is unfortunate. So it's not just from one side, if you understand what I'm saying. All right, Mr Maher. Well, look, thank you very much for that very important evidence this evening. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Maher.
Thank you.
Go with the committee's thanks. I now invite officials of the Emission Reduction Assurance Committee. What do we have here? Because we're now getting very close. Just trying to work out timing.
What's the most important part of the vote? Timing. It's late. Yeah, you go, Susie. Yeah, you go, Susie. All right. Do the truncated version.
All right. Sorry, I don't think I've actually introduced everyone yet, Senator McDonald, but I will do that as quickly as I can. I now will call officers from the Emission Reduction Assurance Committee. Welcome, Professor Karen Hussey. As the Chair, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, let's get into it, and it's just me.
Brilliant. Senator McDonald.
I'm so sorry. Can you tell me your name again?
Karen Hussey, Chair of the Emissions Reduction Insurance Committee.
Thank you. I just can't see.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang
no, and look, I probably couldn't see even if it wasn't blocked. Professor Hussey, thank you. Under the Carbon Credits and Other Legislation Amendment Bill, is upfront consent from native title holders and claimants for area-based ACCU scheme projects required if on native title or claim native title land?
Senator, I'm sorry, but that's not a question for IRAC. That would be a question for the department, the team that was here earlier today.
Well, there you go.
Happy for you to submit those questions and we'll take those on notice.
I shall do that because I think I have a whole lot of questions around the technical requirements and interest holder consent. So you've got no oversight of any of that. If only I was sitting here all day, I could have asked it earlier. I'll provide those on notice. Thank you. Well, there you go. That was quick, wasn't it?
Thank you. We good? Done?
Sorry.
All right. Sorry. 15 minutes to get through 2 agencies here.
Good luck. You've got 10 minutes.
Okay, see ya.
Just let me just stand by for a minute before, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Right, hang on.
So, sorry,
It's a
sorry.
contingent
Professor.
moment.
Just... All good, thank you. Apologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Chair.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your appearance and your evidence here today. Now, may I invite the officers of the Clean Energy Regulator. Thank you. I welcome Mr David Parker, the Chief Executive Officer and Chair. I also note that this is likely to be, if not will be, your last estimates, and you have been in this role since 2017. That is a tremendous service to the Commonwealth, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you for that service. We would invite you, if you have an opening statement, to make it briefly or table it, but over to you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your well wishes. In view of the hour, we have no opening statement. We are at your disposal.
Thank you, Mr Parker. It is very much appreciated. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just got some questions, Mr Parker, around, firstly around NAFI, the Northern Australia Fire Initiative data and website. Does the Clean Energy Regulator use NAFI data and the NAFI website as the preferred source of data for all the Savannah burn projects across Northern Australia?
Yes, we're very well aware of the NAFI data, Senator. There's some very interesting results out of the NAFI data. I might just flag one, which from my perspective is a very interesting and important result, which is that the pattern of fire in Northern Australia has very substantially returned to what is thought to be the pattern of fire that existed when the land was effectively under traditional custodianship and control and burning under traditional practices. There was a period when those practices had fallen away and people had been moved off the land, where you would get very, very large, very hot late season fires, which were environmentally damaging, and were at great variance to the traditional practices. So that's in the Savannah lands. If you go a little further south, say into the spinifex country, if I can label it that way, the NAFI data is used by communities there to actively manage fire in the landscape. So it's a very important data set, and yes, we do use it.
I was going to ask you what's the environmental value of the NAFI website in pasture management and fire prevention?
Well,
we're in agreement, it's useful.
Well, I couldn't put a dollar value on it, but the fact that you have it, that it's substantially in real time, you can see what has happened to fire patterns in a particular moment and across time. It is then used by the communities to do very, very sophisticated fire planning, if you like. So a small example of that would be to monitor their burnings, see that there's, if you like, a small hole in the fire pattern where there's existing and unburnt country which would allow a wildfire to get through. So they'll head out and fix that little problem in a very sophisticated way. It really is quite incredible what's happening up there.
I don't know anybody who doesn't have the app on their phones. It's so useful, particularly during the dry part of the year, to identify where fires, particularly in lightning strikes and long rail lines and whatnot. So do you think there'd be an environmental impact if the NAFI website was unavailable? Would there be an increase in uncontrolled wildfires across northern Australia?
Look, it's hard to say. Hard to say right now. That might seem, I mean, you are effectively asking me for an opinion about what might happen in the future.
I guess.
So, but I would say that it's not just the website; it is the very sophisticated and active management of fire by the communities in those areas.
I guess I'm shamelessly asking because each year or each 2 years, NAFI goes cap in hand to get funding again. I think this is one of the most important projects for managing fire in Northern Australia, and I understand that Southern Australia has sort of an equivalency project, but it gets $5 million a year as opposed to $1.5 million for NAFI. And so I'm trying to build a case that we should not only continue the funding, but, you know, get a bit more name recognition for it. And I was trying to enlist your aid in this agenda, Mr. Parker.
I thought that might be where you were heading.
Did you? You saw through my cunning plan.
And, you know, if you were to ask me my opinion, I would be obliged to say I couldn't possibly answer, and that's a matter for the government. But I do think it's a very high value. It's a very high value program.
A very high value project. Well, that might be as good as we can hope for, and thank you for that. Dr. Parker, do any of your other... Oh, yes.
So Senator Carlbinning, Executive General Manager for Scheme Operations. I just note that the data set that are supported through NAFI underpin the reporting of the emissions under the Savannah Fire method, and that's seen 85 projects across Northern Australia and 16.1 million Australian carbon credit units issued to the 67 projects that are currently reporting. As Mr. Parker has noted, what this has really allowed is a shift from weather-driven fire events, which tend to be later in the season and hotter, to earlier season and mosaic-based burning, which has allowed traditional custodians in particular to get access to country and also to restore healthy country. So the method has been tremendously successful and is underpinned by that data set.
Since it is my last estimates, Senator, might I observe that, although I'm not allowed to say this, that the Savannah burning method is perhaps my favourite method, because it's not just the carbon story. It is a story of the enlivening of communities, the Indigenous communities there. Down south you will hear people talk about the co-benefits of carbon farming. Up in the north, the communities will talk about the core benefits of Savannah burning. And there are some really wonderful things that are happening as a result of communities being empowered with their own money under this program, once they have a carbon credit to sell, which they get a good premium for, to do things like set up their own schools and all sorts of very, very nice things that are happening. It's good to see.
Thanks, Dr. Parker. Mr. Parker.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Parker, I just wanted to ask you briefly about the value of the Australian carbon credit units purchased due to the safeguard mechanism in 25-26. Do you have a total value?
We can tell you the number, Senator. You could then take the average market price, if you like, and multiply one by another.
Yes, please.
But that wouldn't actually give you the costs to the entities which have surrendered the units.
Well, what helpful information can you provide?
Well, I mean, we can
because it is your last estimate, so I'm looking.
We can give you that number. I'll probably take it on notice, unless someone can work it out. We can crunch that number for you while I'm talking.
Yeah.
The point is that people acquire ACCUs through the market, but also through longer-term purchase arrangements or through running ACCU projects directly themselves, and so the cost structure of those is a bit more complicated than just a single price. But we'll give you that single price.
So we're looking for the ACCUs that have been surrendered or purchased by the safeguard mechanism facilities for. So if you could just. Could you provide that to us? Have you got any information now?
We can give you an approximate number for those surrendered. I can't tell you what it is.
What's the total estimate? Sorry.
So, Senator, during the last compliance period, 10.8 million ACCUs were surrendered by safeguard entities. As Mr. Parker has already sort of indicated, that's 10.8 ACCUs surrendered for compliance this year. Safeguard entities are, of course, active in the market and holding ACCUs and have offtake agreements for ACCUs in past and future years. So they hold a significant inventory.
What was the average price in the last year of an ACCU?
Yeah, so, Senator, without having reference to the pricing information, the price has generally sort of hovered in the range of the mid-30s to the late 30s. So say $35 to $38 has sort of been the range of the price over the last 12 months.
And so is that in the last 12 months since 1 July last year? Is that, or is it, we're talking calendar year?
Yeah, broadly. I mean, I'm happy to provide on notice.
Okay, thank you.
A sort of a chart of the price over
that would be great.
Period.
And also, what was the value, the total value of the ACCUs purchased in the last year?
So you would have to reconcile, so that is the ACCUs surrendered.
Yep.
And so 10.8 million ACCUs have been surrendered for compliance purposes under the safeguard mechanism, and they're effectively extinguished, if you like, Senator. Over the same period, safeguard entities purchase ACCUs and they will hold them for future liabilities. Intermediaries also buy ACCUs. There's quite an active marketplace for those. And there are a wide variety of pricing arrangements. So, as Mr. Parker has said, for some ACCU projects that have other co-benefits, or core benefits, as Indigenous communities refer to in Northern Australia, a significant premium may be paid. And I've heard prices as high as $70 for an ACCU that displays certain characteristics that are highly valued by the marketplace. Other ACCUs will sell at a discount. And the other factor that is at play is safeguard entities will often take an interest in projects and guarantee a price into the future. And in doing that, like any other commercial arrangement, they may seek a discount or pay a premium depending on the nature of that project. So for all those reasons, it's not sort of possible for us to completely articulate what the value of purchasing of
because there's a lot of variation.
Because there's a lot of variation.
Yeah.
What we can say is there were 10.8 million ACCUs surrendered, and we can point to an average in the spot market, and that would be the broad indicator that you could use. So 10.8 million times 35, so somewhere between $350 and $400 million.
Okay, and in terms of the, and in terms of the take-up of safeguard entities and that big variation in pricing that you referred to from $70 perhaps, are you able to provide us on notice with just an overview of how, the pricing arrangements, sort of like how many are taken up at a certain price, just so we can get some idea of the variation in the market?
We can tell you the story, but we can't tell you how many are taken up at a particular price. So if you like, we run that market, right? We run the registries which sit behind that market, but we are not privy to the prices that are paid as between a buyer and a seller. Right? There's not that degree of price transparency. So, we'll have a go at sort of estimating and talking the bounds and so forth, but there are limits to the precision of the analysis.
I understand, Mr. Parker.
Yeah. And Senator, we also just refer you to our quarterly market report, which once a quarter we provide an overview of the market, the number of ACCUs that have been generated, activity in the marketplace, trends that we are seeing. So that's probably the most sort of transparent and analytic information we have about the state of the marketplace and what's going on.
All right, well, look, thank you very much. And Mr. Parker, on behalf of the Coalition, I just wanted to wish you all the very best. Whatever the future may hold for you, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Henderson. I thank the witnesses for giving evidence this evening. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. I remind senators that committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by 5 June 2026. The committee stands adjourned.